What if I tell you that the world is going to change in a fundamental way, except for the fact that it's not going to get deployed in a safe or responsible manner, but it's going to get deployed in a dangerous way? There's this stat which took me away by surprise. 50% of the AI researchers tell that there's 10% or greater chance that humanity might get extinct just because of our inability to control AI. Okay, let's take this scenario. Imagine you're getting on a plane. 50% of the airplane engineers tell you that there's 10% chance that you might die if you get on that plane. But still, we get on that plane because there's 90% chance that we might survive. I hope you understood the analogy, and that's how AI works. When you start talk, you open a supercomputer, the AI. It has the perfect predictive maintenance system and analytical system which points directly towards your brain, which is the perfect thing needed to keep you scrolling. So, the first contact between humanity and AI was through the social media, the social network. How do you think ChatGPT was so successful? It was successful because you just type and you get information. And why do you think Stable Diffusion was so successful? It was successful because you just type and you get a lot of images. It was overload of information. I mean, it was supernatural for the people. I mean, super space natural. So, Loganathan, a 12th grader at Frontline Millennium School. I'm not a researcher, scientist, newly qualified expert. I'm just going to be talking about how AI has a great impact in our society. Okay, there are two theories about AI. There are some people like Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla. He believes that AI is far dangerous than nukes. And there are also some people like Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Metaverse. He tells that he has an optimistic view of AI and he has invested billions and billions of dollars in AI. So, what is AI? From healthcare, manufacturing, transportation, education, and I'll be talking about AI ethics. Let's take a brief view about what is AI. It has two words, artificial and intelligence. What do you mean by artificial? It means man-made. Intelligence means thinking power. When you combine both these words, you get giving a man-made object the thinking power. When you define it in good terms, we'll say that it is a branch of computer science that deals with and which can also create intelligent machines that can act, perform, and think like humans. The main aim of artificial intelligence is to mimic human intelligence. So, why do we society when we have our own hands and legs? There are many reasons why we need AI in our society. I would like to point out three main reasons. The first reason is it can solve real-time issues like global warming and other health issues. It can create software, it can create program code which can solve all these issues. The next reason is it can create virtual assistant. I guess you all must have heard about Google Assistant, Apple Siri, and Amazon's Cortana. It can ease human's task. That's why we need AI. And the other main reason is it can do risky jobs that humans can never do, such as mining coal or digging gold. So AI can help us with all these issues and processes. Obviously, AI is divided into many types. I would like to talk about two types. It is classified based on its capability and based on its functionality. Based on its capability, we have three types. The first is weak AI. It is also called as narrow AI. So, from its word, you might have guessed that weak AI is the most basic form of AI that we are currently at. If you give task more than specification, it will obviously fail. For example, we can take virtual assistants like Amazon's Alexa or Microsoft's Cortana. The next is general AI or strong AI. You might have seen movies like Terminator or The Matrix where they talk about future AI. So, general AI can surpass human intelligence. They'll think smarter than humans. Next is super AI. This kind of AI can be aware of its surrounding. It will have consciousness and it will be aware of the in its environment. Both these kind of AI is still a hypothetical concept, still researchers are researching on. Next, based on its functionality, the first type is reactive machines. From its name, you can identify that this kind of AI model can react to its surroundings. I mean, it will work on the current situation it is given on. It cannot store any past experience. For examples, we can take IBM's Watson and Google's AlphaGo. Next, we'll be talking about limited memory. In limited memory, the model can store past experience only for a short amount of time. The best example we can talk about is self-driving cars or any other autonomous vehicle where I can store the speed of nearby cars or road maps. Theory of mind. This form of AI model can store past experience and it can also surroundings, it can have consciousness, it will have emotions. AI with self-awareness. This form of AI will be aware of its surrounding, be conscious of each and everything, and it can also interact socially well with humans. Both theory of hypothetical concept. So let's come back to how AI has a great impact in our society. Let's start with AI in healthcare. People are investing billions and billions of dollars to data system to upload the data inside the model. So we train each and every AI or ML model, machine learning model, and we give a certain type of prototype and we'll get the desired outcome. So there's this study done by this board certified pathologist. He found a microorganism with 96.9% accuracy. The same microorganism was found by an AI model with 98.0% accuracy. And that's how huge AI has an impact in healthcare sector. Let's see how it is transforming the healthcare sector. Let's talk about the benefits at the first place. Improved accessibility. People from the disadvantaged areas can get access to AI innovation by using AI in their society. People from other geographical regions can also get access to healthcare system by using AI innovation. So sharing information is very simple. If you take a normal conventional machine from any healthcare center, it will take a lot of time to go through each and every patient's medical history. So when you use AI in your healthcare center, it will analyze data very, it will give you more fast information than any other conventional source. So by getting information very easily, you can process at an early stage. Next, we'll be seeing early diagnosis. When sharing information is very simple, obviously getting diagnosis is very early. The AI will act on the data of the medical patient's history and it will start predict disease or diagnosis the person is going to get. Next, enhance human ability and mental health support. So AI can analyze the person's mood, whether he's depressed or stressed, and it will give a positive human by suggesting some question and answer sessions or some therapy methods. Let's see formed and evolved through the time. It all started from 1955 where John McCarthy coined the term AI in the Dartmouth Conference. And then from 1955 to 1970s to 1980s, where AI started developing problem-solving mechanism where it found a bacteria. And it also, AI systems were designed based on the data given by the physicians. And from 1980s, it went to 2000, where robot surgery started taking place. Let's have an example here. Puma 560 was an AI robot where it did brain surgery. It took the place of a needle. The surgery was quite successful though. Then from 2000 to 2019 till the present, AI has started maintaining health records of people and it started development of drugs. Let's see healthcare. The first challenge is lack of quality data. There are a lot of sources where AI can go and surf and it can take data. So sometimes the data is compatible to the other platforms so that will for the AI, and sometimes it might give wrong output. Next is lack of understanding. So sometimes the medical practitioners or the consumer or the victim might not be able to understand how the AI is working, what is its process. So understanding between the medical practitioner and the consumer. Next challenge is cost effective. If you want to get the full potential of AI, you have to develop the infrastructure. So while developing the infrastructure, you need a lot of investment. So sometimes it is not very cost effective, and you also need special AI researchers to maintain the infrastructure. Data privacy. It is the most common form of challenge that we face in each and every sector, because sometimes data of patient medical history might get leaked. So let's go and talk about the applications. So how is AI in healthcare getting implemented in real life? The first application is Youper. It's an app. It's a question answer app where we can, it will give some suggestions to us. It will also help us to meditate very easily. This will develop the mood of a person. Happify. Happify is another science-based question and answer kind of application where it will give puzzles and we can solve that. So using our answer, it will detect what kind of mood we are, and it will develop our mood by giving some kind of therapy sessions. Next is IBM's Watson. This is where the total AI application started. So IBM's Watson was first an answer question kind of model. So when people started using it more, they started uploading health content. So through that, it started becoming a medical chatbot. Next application is medical chatbots. These chatbots are very useful for persons who cannot travel from one place to another. When we give what problem solutions can I give, and it will also connect us with some other medical practitioners nearby, and it will give treatments that we can follow in our life. Let's go to the next sector, which is AI in manufacturing. Nowadays, a lot of people have started using AI in the manufacturing sector, like robot arms and other automated machines. It is estimated that $1.1 billion growth has been found in 2020. In the future, it is estimated that about $16 billion growth will be found in the manufacturing sector just because we are using AI in it. Let's talk about some of the benefits. The first benefit is improved efficiency. When you use AI in optimization and other automation processes, obviously the productivity starts increasing, which means improved efficiency. Quality control. The AI can find if there is any defect in the product, and it will also give some suggestions how to improve the defect. Obviously, the quality will increase when you use AI. Next is predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance means demand forecasting and other issues like quality control included. Supply chain, from the beginning of the product, from the wholesaler to the consumer, the AI can predict how the process is going to be, and it will tell what are the future problems that we are going to face by using our past product sales. Enhance safety. So any theft or hazardous task that we are going to be doing in the manufacturing sector, it will tell how to reduce it. Let's see how AI techniques is getting used in the manufacturing sector. First is machine learning. So machine learning algorithms can work on a specific data. It will learn from it. It will see doing the same task. When it starts working on it, it will give some predictions and also it will some decisions for us. Next is computer vision. It takes speech, it takes images and videos as its input, and it will identify on it. Next is robotics and automation. Here is where complex tasks will be done by automated robots where we train them. How do these robots work? First, we start training them, and then it will start doing this task by itself without any supervision. The next step it will do is crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing is where it will see how people task that it itself is doing, and it will learn from it. Next is natural language processing, where it will take speech and text as its input, and it will work on the customer feedback and customer service. Let's see what are the applications that we use by AI in manufacturing sector. First is predictive maintenance system in the General Electric company. So it will monitor the jet's performance, the jet engine's performance, and it will also give some suggestions accordingly. Next is autonomous vehicles in warehouses in the company Amazon and Alibaba. Here is nowadays a lot of online companies have started using autonomous vehicles for packing and arranging their orders based on the dates. Next application is AI-powered quality control systems. You might have been aware of BMW, the famous car company. During the painting process, it checks the car surfaces, the car body, whether the whole manufacturing process has been done completely. Let's talk about the challenges, obviously. The first challenge is data quality and availability. So in manufacturing data, the AI will need a vast amount of data to work on. So sometimes the data might be trustable, so it will affect the output process. Next is cyber security risk. This is where sometimes the strategies or the secrets that the company is using might get leaked into the internet. Next challenge we'll be seeing is workforce reskilling requirement. When you develop the infrastructure, you started investing on the manufacturing sector, you have to reskill the workforce so that they get adapted. Next sector, which is AI in transportation. Nowadays, we have been talking about driving cars and other autonomous vehicles, how AI is getting implemented in our daily cars using the voice assistants and etc. The first advantage by using artificial intelligence in our technology is improved safety. The safety will be very much improved because we are using an AI. Next is traffic management. So this is where when you start using all AI self-driving cars in your society, so they can communicate with each other and the traffic flow will be very smooth. Next advantage is enhanced safety. Enhanced efficiency is where when the automation process and the other process are very compiled and concentrated, the efficiency will obviously improve. Next is intelligent infrastructure. When you develop the infrastructure of AI and transportation, it will obviously be intelligent and think on its own. For example, if you implement an AI in a traffic signal, it will check the air quality and the weather. For example, let's take a real life scenario. You're going on a road and you see a traffic light, but there is no traffic in the road, but still you stop because it's automated, not intelligent. When you use AI in that place, if there is no traffic, you can go on your way. That's how AI works in transportation. Let's see how AI is getting used in the transport system. The first is machine learning, as I already told. Algorithms can learn from the given data provided. It can make decisions. For example, we can take self-driving cars. It uses machine learning to make decisions. If there is a boy standing in front of the car, it can make predictions. Next is computer vision, which is object recognition. If you are using a self-driving car, it uses videos and images to process whether there's a boy or a car standing in front of the self-driving car. Next is natural language processing, which is voice assistants that we use in our cars daily. It uses AI to communicate with us. Vehicles. Autonomous vehicles or self-driving cars or driverless cars, all are called the same. So the main aim of an self-driving car is to move from point A to point B very safely. So that's how it works, and it also uses AI domains such as computer vision, data science, and natural language processing to give input. So how this gets implemented in our society is the impact. The first impact is safety. Safety will be 100% sure. There's a statistic which I saw in the internet. It told that the accident rate of a traditional car versus the accident rate of a driverless car, when you compare both, you might have guessed that self-driving cars accident rate is obviously high, but to my it told that the traditional car that we are using has more accident rate. So obviously safety is assured here. Next is efficiency in traffic flow. When you start self-driving cars everywhere, it can communicate with each other, it can pass information using sensors, ultrasonic sensors that we are using in the emergency brakes. So there will be an efficiency in the traffic flow. Mobility and accessibility is where if you're using a traditional car and an elderly person or a physically disabled person wants to travel from one place to another, he or she has to depend on the driver who is driving the self-driving car. So when you use self-driving car, no one has to depend on anyone. They can travel without any dependence. So yeah, mobility and accessibility. Let's talk about the difficulties and the demerits by using self-driving cars. The first is technological challenges. Still, we are researching on the hypothetical concept with AI, with self-awareness and super AI in self-driving cars. So that is what I mean by technological challenges. Next is legal framework. For example, if you are in a car and you meet with an accident, so the court can file a lawsuit against you or the person who is in the opponent. So when you travel in a self-driving car, the court will be unable to file a lawsuit against anyone because no one is driving there. This is one of the main challenges that we face. Next is public trust. Still, people are not able to believe without a person, a car is being able to transport. So that is what I mean by public trust. And the next challenge is motion sickness. So sometimes we might not be able to predict in what direction the car is going to go. So the pressure inside our ears will be different from what we are thinking. At that time, we experience motion sickness. Next sector is AI in education. So you might have been experiencing how you've been trained with your teachers not 24 by 7, from morning 9 o'clock to the evening 4 o'clock. You might have been in the school with the teachers physically. So when you start implementing AI in education, it means that you will be available with the AI 24 by 7. It means the AI will be your best friend. Let's talk about the advantages. The first advantage is personalized learning. Personalized learning in the sense, you might have been very bored because of your textbooks because it's not up to your level and it's either high or low. When you use AI in your education, it will give personalized learning methods so that you will feel very interested in learning. Intelligent tutoring, I mean, it will be with you 24 by 7 like your best friend, and it will also correct your test papers and many other things. Enhanced accessibility. When you start using AI in education, people who don't have any access to education system can get access by using AI. Automatic grading, where I mean about, it will start correcting exam papers and test papers, making it easy for the teachers. So real life application in the sense, we'll be talking about Duolingo, Coursera and Gizmo. And yeah, we have to also follow the AI ethics in our society by implementing data privacy, AI access. So that's how great AI has an impact in our society, and we must follow it safely and responsibly to realize its full potential. Thank you.
Even though we eat to live, we sometimes live to eat. And mothers are lovely primarily for one particular reason: cooking. It can be a hot cup of coffee, watching biryani. What one must have is a good chemistry. It can be your mother or any other. A warm greetings to everyone present here. I am grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, and I'm here to give a lecture on the topic chemistry of cooking. As soon as I say, any questions may pop in your head. Like, chemistry, what does chemistry has to do with cooking? Is everything we do in cooking related to chemistry? Like, is chemistry that important? I think you'll have answers to all your in this lecture. We'll see about, okay, first before getting into my content, I'll make it clear what I mean by the word chemistry that I've used here. Okay, as soon as I say the word chemistry, two things might pop in your head. The first is obviously the science, that is the acids, bases, the atoms, molecules, the reactions between acids and bases, and so on. And the second thing would be the bond between two things, or the connection between a person and a thing, or the bond between two people. So here we'll be talking about the second thing, which is actually the bond between the cook and the cooked. Before getting into my content, we'll go through some fun and interesting facts about cooking. The first thing is that humans have been cooking for millions of years. So if you ever feel uncomfortable or not so confident to go into the kitchen and start cooking, just know that our ancestors have been cooking for millions of years. Here we are talking about since 2 million years ago. And the first oven dates back to 29,000 BC. Here I'm not talking about the electric oven that we use nowadays. I'm talking about the mud ovens, the ovens that were the first ones to be invented. And the next fact would be like mindful eating. I have experienced this fact by myself because I do a little bit of cooking here and there. So when I eat the food that I cook, or when I eat the food that is home cooked, I am more aware of the portion of food that I'm going to consume, and I'll be aware of the portion of food that I'm going to waste, and I'll be aware of the portion of ingredients that I'm going to use to cook my food. So when you cook or eat the food that you consume, that you cook, you'll be aware of the portion that you waste and eat. Next fact would be, it is a proven stress relieving method. And cooking actually helps with people suffering with depression, anxiety, stress, and so on. So the doctors suggest this to people suffering with anxiety, depression, and stress because the soothing act of cooking and baking can lead people to be focused on one particular activity, ultimately avoiding the negative thoughts. And the next fact, your plates might make a difference in your taste. That is actually, let us take an example. You go to a restaurant and what you do first? You order sweet, obviously. That is what I do. Okay, we'll take, you order gulab jamun. If that particular person knows the psychology of the humans, they will bring that particular sweet dish in a white circular container. And that is because when white circular containers enhance more sweet flavors. And after sweet, we all obviously need something savory, right? So we go for savory dishes next. You order something savory, and it comes. In which container does it come? It comes in black angular plates. And that is because black angular plates enhance more savory flavors. Okay, let me tell you something interesting now. If you want someone to eat less, provide them food in red plates, because providing food in red plates reduces the amount of food that the diner consumes. Now you know. And the next fact would be modifications in the food environment may alter your eating patterns. Like what I'm talking about in the environment is that the people you are surrounded with, or the location in which you're actually eating, or the portion of food that you consume, or the size of food, and the plate in which it is provided, or the wrapper in which the food is provided, everything comes under the food environment. So all these factors affect your consumption of food. So while you go to a function, let us take a celebration, people are in both types. Like they take this fact positively and negatively. People who take it positively are like, when people are around me, I'll eat more. And the negative people, they are like, when people are around me, so people here are in both sides. So it depends on how you take this fact. The next fact would be, salt is a universal flavor enhancer. And this is a known fact because take whatever dish you want. What is the key element that is needed? It is salt, obviously. Let me provide you a dish with salt and provide you the same dish without salt. Which tastes better? the one which with salt is tastes better. So that makes sense because salt it enhances the sensory properties of every dish, which obviously leads to that dish being hit. So that makes the chef to be appreciated for his work. So next, it is actually a fun fact, and that is the decision behind this fact would be leaving to you guys. And you go to a restaurant, you buy a masala tea or a hot cup of soup. What I do is that I take a spoon, leave it inside, and start stirring. So that's what we always do. But few people say you can do it, and few say you cannot do it. So I'll provide points for both the sides. You guys decide what to do. So for the stirrings, it actually speeds up the process of convection. And that is, what is convection first? Convection is when you buy a drink, the top layer is obviously cooled down faster and the bottom layer it's still hot. So when you take a spoon and start stirring, the bottom layer comes up and the top layer goes down, which is the process of convection. So while stirring, it speeds up the process of convection, which ultimately leads to the drink to be cooled down faster. But according to James Prescott Joule, stirring adds kinetic energy to the drink, which is heat plus heat, which is more heat. I don't think we all need that. So what we can either do or not stir, or you can just take a spoon, take it up, pour it down, take it up, pour it down. That's a way of doing it. Or just blow on your drink like all the kids do. The decision is leaving to you guys. And the last fact is that cooking is a form of altruism. What is altruism first? Altruism is the care for other people, others' needs and happiness than our own happiness and needs. So we'll take all the places of celebration, crisis, connection, festival. What is the center of everything? Food, right? We thought so. Because food is the process of showing our love and care towards other people so that they know that we love them. And we'll move on to our actual content, and that is, what is cooking basically? Why do we cook food? First, what is cooking? Cooking is preparation of food, but the main key element that should be mentioned here is the usage of heat. You can use any method of heat like boiling, toasting, grilling, frying, baking, broiling, and many more. So any form of heat must be used here, so it can be called a process of cooking. And they say cooking is an essential skill. Why is that said so? Because when you go somewhere, if you know the basic skills of cooking, you can survive. Like you go to a desert, you don't know the basic skills of cooking, you die faster, to be honest. If you know the basic skills of cooking, you survive 2-3 days, which gives you a chance to actually survive in your life. So just better know the basic skills of cooking, you can survive in your life. And we'll see why do we cook. Like as I said earlier, why do we cook? The reasons for cooking. And first is that it makes food easier to consume. And also it breaks the microorganisms in the food, which helps the body to digest the food even faster. And we'll see about the history of cooking. First, we'll see about Georges Auguste Escoffier. He is known by different names like the father of modern cooking, father of modern cuisine, founder of culinary arts, and so on. He is a French chef. His lifetime was from 28th October 1836 to 12th February 1935. And he was the one who popularized all the French cooking practices to all parts of the world. And then we'll see an interesting thing, that is, which country actually invented cooking. There is like not any proved evidence that this particular country invented cooking, but there are firm evidences that show that one particular country invented cooking, and that is China. Because the pots made in China, the outer surface of the pots had the scorch marks, which shows that the usage of heat, which actually proves that China was the first country to invent cooking, because fire is the basic skill for cooking. So if that country was the first one to use fire, that obviously leads them to being the first one to invent cooking. And we'll see about Homo erectus. First, what is Homo and what is erectus? Homo is a Latin word that actually means human or men. That is a scientific name for species, and erectus is a scientific name, and that is the ability for a human to stand up straight and start working. So Homo erectus was the first species to have small teeth, big brain, and to use fire. So if they use fire, that it proves that they were the first human ancestors to have started cooking. And we'll see about combinations in cooking. First, let us see about combinations of flavor. As soon as I say flavors, two different flavors may come to our mind. First thing is like, let me tell you with an example. First flavor is aroma. That is, your mom is cooking biryani in the kitchen. You will be somewhere inside in the bedroom. If your mom is cooking biryani, which leads you to close all your work, it's so much important, but you close everything. That aroma just drags you to the kitchen, and just wait here till that biryani is fully cooked. That is the first flavor that I'm talking about. That is aroma. And the next flavor is the flavor in the food that you actually eat. So that is the next flavor. So when you see about classic flavor combinations, and those, first is tomato and basil, next is lemon and thyme, and next is garlic and onion. First, when you talk about tomato and basil, these are the classic combination of flavors used in Italian cuisines. Like most of all the pastas are made with this classic flavor combinations. And then when you talk about onion and garlic, it is a classic flavor combination used in all the Indian dishes. As I talked about biryani earlier, this is a classic combination that is used in biryani. And then when we talk about lemon and thyme, it obviously leads to the flavor of lemon and thyme mixing together to produce a classic flavor at the end. And then when we talk about combination of ingredients, we'll be talking about then, like, you can cook both the ingredients separately and then combine them, or you can cook both the ingredients together. That also gives a unique flavor. And first, when you talk about chicken and mushroom, it is a classic combination. This can be cooked both together or separate. Chicken is said to be the king of non-veg, and mushroom is said to be the king of veg. So if you combine this both, it is king of everything. And then when you talk about apple and cinnamon, let me tell you something new and interesting. I don't think any one of you have tried it. Take a slice of apple, put sprinkle a powder of cinnamon on top of it, just consume it. It's like, it will take you to heaven. It is a different taste. Just try that at your home. And then when you talk about fish and lemon, that just fry a fish and just sprinkle drops of lemon on it. That is something different, right? That's what I'm talking here. And next is the combination of textures. The main textures are chewy, creamy, and crunchy. These separate textures have the unique styles, but when all these are combined, what do you say? You go to a restaurant, you buy something, okay? They say it's a special dish. You buy it, you bite into it. The first bite is crunchy. When you go into it, it's chewy, and when you go even deeper into it, it's like creamy and everything. That's all what you need in one dish. You have everything. That's like heaven coming to the earth. And then when you talk about the combinations of culture, first let me talk about India. I'll tell you a story. One of my friends went to the US. First, after reaching US, the first thing he was questioned was about his nationality. He said, I am an Indian. The first thing after he said he was an Indian, the first question that he was asked was that, are Indian curries that good? Do all the Indians eat only Indian curries? Like all the spices are used in Indian curries? Like all the questions they asked was only regarding to Indian curries. So what means is that India is known for its Indian curries. So as we talk, like if as Indians, if we talk about Italy, what comes to our mind? Obviously Italian pastas. And when we talk about Mexico, what comes to our mind? Mexican chips and salsa. And few more, like when you talk about South Korea, what comes to our mind? Kimchi, right? So these are the classic dishes of each cultures, and all these classic cultures have the unique ingredient of flavor combinations which are the integral to each of their cuisines. And then we'll talk about presentation of cooking. This is a key and vital element that is needed to actually present the food and actually leading to the food to be consumed in a positive way. And first, presentation, it is actually one form that pulls all the five senses into the process of eating, and that is hearing the ingredients being cooked, smelling all the food that when it is cooking, and create an unforgettable taste and enjoy the texture as you eat, and obviously visually eat the food before it even hits your tongue. And presentation plays a vital role in this. And when you talk about presentation, the main point in presentation is balancing between variety and contrast. Overdoing the presentation can obviously lead to destroying the whole dish. Like when you cook a main dish and you have many side dishes, what do? You take all the side dishes because you have put so much work into it. So you take all the side dishes, you take it keep it in the center, but you keep that main dish in the side, which obviously deletes deletes all your effort that you put into it. Because what you have to do is take the main dish, keep it in the center of attention, and keep all the side dishes at the side so that it complements the main dish. That is how you're supposed to do it. And then we'll talk about my passion for cooking. Everyone has a passion. So I have a long lasting passion for cooking, to be honest, because I have been cooking for a few years now, I'll say, because I used to help my mother in her chores when we were in lockdown or somewhere. So what my mother used to do is she'll let me cook something which will someday end up in a positive way, which will someday end up in a negative way. It depends on how I treat the kitchen. Like it depends on my mood, obviously. So when I am in a good mood, if I cook something, it ends up good. And when I'm in a bad mood, if I cook something, it obviously ends up bad. Some days it's something classic or fancy, but some days it's something that I've created myself, my own of my creations. And cooking is actually the art form in which I pride myself being good at. And cooking is the time to be me. And when you cook, you actually bring all the bonds together, and that is the form of showing our love and affection towards others. And when you cook, you have that feel that you know what you're doing. And when I'm cooking, I know that that is the point where I can feel I'm being myself. And kitchen is one of the part in my house I love the most, and that part is where I can do whatever I want. First thing I'll do is I send my mom to somewhere else. She's not allowed to be in kitchen when I'm in kitchen. So she'll go out of kitchen. I'll start cooking. I'll do all the damages, and when she comes back, I'll just make everything clean and crystal clear. So she'll be like, "Wow, you've made it so better," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I did it," and that's what the art form I'm talking about. So when I talk about cooking, it also includes, as I said earlier, the flavors, the combinations, the ingredients, everything. So as I'm talking, I actually have a passion to cooking. So I'm trying to do my UG in hotel management, and I'm trying to be a better chef one day. So I'll try to feed you guys with a good recipe one final day. And when I cook, I share. When I share, I care. Thank you.
about flower, it was valued to gold. That is, as we all know, now gold rate is increasing at a jet speed. I'm not going to refer about current situation. It was in the year 1600. The flower tulip was measured in terms of pounds. That is, they valued to the gold. With this interesting fact, I would like to enter the topics. First, for what we use the flowers. There are various uses of flowers. That is, first and foremost is for adorning. Then, for adorning, flowers are usually very beautiful, but still it makes us more beautiful when we have flower with us. Next, I would like to refer to as it is an social and cultural value. Talking about social and cultural value, here I am going to refer, we are using it in weddings and temple pujas. We all know in all the weddings and temple pujas, flowers play a very important role. As soon as we enter a wedding hall, we see the location for taking a selfie, a photograph, and obviously your background would be a flower background for making it more beautiful and making yourself highlight in the photograph. Next, in temple pujas, we use them to present it to the god. That is due to its, maybe due to its structure, due to its aroma, etc. Then there is an important another one use. Can you all believe that when I say a flower can save your life? Obviously, flower has its main role even in medicine. From the ancient time to the modern technology, they are using various flowers for preparing various medicines. First, let me start it with our national flower, lotus. Talking about our national flower, lotus, I will say an interesting fact about it now. This lotus flower was considered as a flower of eternal life. It was not in India, but in many other countries. As we all know, lotus grows in ponds. And nowadays, ponds are getting polluted. And this is the reason why they consider this lotus flower as eternal life. But it has many uses in medical field. That first one, seeds of this lotus plant is used to strengthen kidney, spleen and heart. The roots of the lotus plant is used, it helps to reduce our blood sugar and blood pressure. This lotus flower is used to treat diarrhea, cold, fever and many other diseases that are caused mainly due to virus. Next is about the flower begonia. This begonia flower is not consumed as a raw material, but this begonia flower is prepared as a tea to treat headaches. It also elevates body toxins. Elevating body toxins is one of the main processes in our human body that should take place regularly. So the removal of the toxins from the blood will ensure all our organs are working in a proper manner so that we'll stay concentrated 24/7. It is required for all the students nowadays. It also helps us to reduce sores and burns that are caused due to mild acid burns or like oil burns. Next is about flower lavender. Talking about lavender, you all might have heard anywhere but might have not seen it everywhere. First one, it is used by aromatherapists to treat various diseases caused due to depression, anxiety and pressure. Next, it is used as buds in cooking. As she was talking about, we all required a flavor in our food. And this lavender flower provides a beautiful flavor that we all will for sure love it. It is also used by herbalists to treat various skin infections that are caused due to bacteria and fungi. This lavender flower is also used in healing bath to cure muscle and joint pains. It is also used to treat oil burns and wounds. Next is about the flower chrysanthemum. Talking about this flower chrysanthemum, it is very important and it plays a major role to save our life. That is, first one, it was used as a Chinese traditional medicine and it is a famous summertime beverage in the country China. It is used to treat headache, cold, inflammation of eyes that is caused due to like non-proper sleep-wake cycles sore throat. And it also is also used to treat genetical disorder diseases such as diabetes, high blood sugar, high blood pressure, etc. And here is the important role it plays. This chrysanthemum flower is used to cure prostate cancer. This is all about the medicinal uses of the flowers. Next, I would like to talk about the ancient flower. Here, referring to ancient flower, I'm going to say about two flowers. It might be confusing. How can two flowers be the world's oldest flower? Yes, obviously, there's a short story behind it. I'll say you after introducing those two flowers. First is Montessia villadi. This flower was found 100 years ago in the country Spain. That was from an 130 to 125 million year old fossil. The scientists not only found a single fossil, they found about thousands of fossils in that place. What they did is, they just added some hydrochloric acid, removed the plant, bleached and viewed under the microscope. They got an astonishing result that this plant does not have petals nor angiosperm features. Angiosperm are nothing but flowering plants. Even though they do not have any angiosperm features, they still turn into tiny fruits having a tiny seed inside them. Next is about Archifractus. This Archifractus flower originates from the Ixian Formation, China, and it was found from a fossil that was approximately 125 million year old. Same way, the scientists, as they viewed under the microscope and carried on their research on this flower Archifractus, they came to know that it lacked both petals and sepals. This chrysanthemum flower can also turn into fruits, give a seed to again get a chrysanthemum flower that can even bear again a flower. So, this, as you all would have concluded that from the years of fossils, which is the world's oldest flower? Yes, obviously it is Montessia villadi. But before the discovery of Montessia villadi, Archifractus was the world's oldest flower. After discovering Montessia villadi, now Archifractus is considered the world's second oldest flower. Next, hope you all would love visiting a flower garden, especially during a summer vacation. Yes, here I am going to share you about two world's famous flower gardens. First one is Keukenhof Garden, located in Lisse, Netherlands. It covers an area about 32 hectares. And here is an interesting fact, that is, in each autumn season, the 40 workers will plant about 7 million bulbs every year that is donated by 100 workers. Usually, this planting time, it starts early by October and ends by 5th December. This flower garden remains open only during 8 weeks of time, that is from mid-March to mid-May. The flower bulbs are planted in such a manner that the flower bulbs and the shadow place blossom first and then the next at a consecutive time, ensuring the blossom for all the 8 weeks. Next, it's about Burchard Garden. That is located in British Columbia, Canada. It was first initiated by Jim Burchard. Jim Burchard, he started manufacturing first cement in the country Canada near his home. Then he and his wife Jenny Burchard, they migrated to the west coast of Canada due to the rich limestone deposit for manufacture of cement. Then as they migrated there, again they got an idea of establishing a small garden near their home. As they established, the flowers in the garden kept on increasing and it became a vast garden. During every anniversary, there are some changes that is brought inside the garden. Remarkably, especially during the 50th anniversary, lighting facilities were given to this garden, ensuring it is open for all the 24 hours. Next, recently in the year 2004, during the 100th anniversary, 2 poles of height 9.1 meter was laid, and now it is maintained by the great-granddaughter of Jim Burchard. So you all might have seen the flowers of different colors, and have you ever wondered why they are of different colors? And do you think so? Like daily factors that we are giving to the plants can affect the color of the flower? Yes, obviously. And do you think not watering the the plant for 10 days, will it change the color of the flower? Yes. Not watering the soil for 10 days, it will have slight changes in the pH value. Here, pH value is how much acid or base the soil is. So, the change in pH value will obviously change the color of the flower. Next is lack of nutrient. You all might have noticed in yourself when you are lacking a particular nutrient, nor not having a proper sleep for a couple of days. You might have noticed your skin get pigmented, now you get dark circles around your eyes. It is due to an hormone called melanocyte. Same way, plants also has various other hormones that are responsible for their pigmentation. So the lack of particular nutrient will not make the hormone activate, which will again lead to different colors of the flowers. Next, stress to the plant. Stress to the plant, it is not something like going to school, now work, having responsibilities. Here the stress to the plant is from temperature, light, and the availability of air to them. So it all determines the color of the flower. Next, you all might have seen the tree having flower for a quiet period of time, then those flowers turning into a fruit. How does it happen? We all know the flower is the reproductive part of the plant. So it has, some flowers has both male and female reproductive part, that is respectively androecium and gynoecium in them. But some flowers have only one in them, either androecium nor gynoecium. Those are known as unisexual flowers. So here I am going to talk about the bisexual flowers and how they are turning into seeds. So first, talking about androecium, it consists of two main parts, stamen and anther and filament. So filament is a part that get attached to the thalamus part. Or you all would imagine a hibiscus flower, and you all would have noticed a yellow color powdery substance on them. And that yellow color powdery substance is known as pollen grains, and the part on which they are taken is known as anther. And talking about this anther, it is a bilobed structure. It is a bilobed structure having two thecas in them. Theca is also known as microsporangium. And this microsporangium will extend longitudinally through the anther, forming pollen sacs, inside which there are microspores. Microspores turn into pollen grains later. This microsporangium has four main layers, that is epidermis, endothecium, middle layers, and tapetum. The outer three layers respectively, epidermis, endothecium, and middle layers, they perform the function of protecting the inner layer and the pollen grain. The inner layer, tapetum, its main role is to provide nourishment to the pollen grain. Next is about the process, how the microspores is formed. It is through the process called microsporogenesis. That is nothing but the microspore mother cell, it divides meiosis to get microspores. So here I am going to refer to two processes, that is meiosis and mitosis. Meiosis is nothing but reduction division, and mitosis is nothing but equational division. So then, talking about the structure of pollen grain, it's very interesting. This pollen grain, it is about 20 to 25 micrometer in diameter, and this has two main layers, that is exine and intine. This exine layers consist of an awesome material, that is sporopollenin. This sporopollenin substance provides a hard outer covering for the pollen grain, which ensures the pollen grain is not affected by any other external factors. This sporopollenin substance cannot be degraded by any substance that is known till now. And talking about the internal layer, it consists of two main cells, that is vegetative and the generative cell. This vegetative cell is bigger than the generative cell. The vegetative cell does not divide, whereas the generative cell, it divides. Mostly in 60% of the angiosperms, it does not get divided. As soon as the two cells are formed and matured, the pollen grains are released. Whereas in some pollen grains, this generative cell divide mitotically to form two. and these two will be male gametes. And next, I'll talk about the advantages and disadvantages of pollen grain. Advantages are nothing but this pollen grain is made into tablet for nutrient supplement. Yes, it is a rich source of nutrient that is used by both athlete and race horses. Disadvantage is that for the people, those who have dust allergy, this causes respiratory problems. It also has its own viable period that varies from one plant to another. For example, in rice and wheat, the viable period for pollen grain is just 30 minutes after it is released. Whereas in groups such as Solanaceae, it lasts up to months. And next is about the female reproductive part. Female reproductive part is known as gynecium, and it consists of three main parts, that is style, stigma and ovary. So inside this ovary is the ovule part. Inside the ovule is the embryo sac where the female gamete is located. The outer layers, they are called integuments, plays the role of outer covering, and the nucellus layer, it provides the nutrients for the embryo sac. The upper three cells are known as antipodals, and below that is two nucleus but a single cell known as polar nuclei. Next, below two are synergids, in between them is an egg cell. So as I have introduced you both male and female part, next is the process of pollination. We have seen about pollen grain. Then how does this help, how does the process of fertilization takes place next? It is nothing but the process of transfer of pollen grain from the anther to the stigma is known as pollination. And this pollination is initiated by some agents, and even it has its own types. This pollination is of three types, that is autogamy, geitonogamy and xenogamy. Autogamy, it just involves a single flower, that is the pollen grains of one flower is transferred to the stigma of the same flower. It is known as autogamy. And in this autogamy, we refer to two types of flowers, that is cleistogamous and chasmogamous. Cleistogamous flowers always remain closed, telling us that only autogamy is possible in those type of flowers. Next is chasmogamous. Chasmogamous flowers always remain open, ensuring all the three types of pollination can take place in it. Next is geitonogamy. In geitonogamy type of flowers, a single plant is involved but two flowers, that is transfer of pollen grain from one flower to the stigma of another flower of same plant. Next is about xenogamy. Xenogamy, it involves two plants and two flowers. Pollen grains of one plant are transferred another flower of another plant. And xeno means a foreigner. And do you think these xenogamy flowers, they have xenophobia? Xenophobia is nothing but they are afraid of strangers. But it is not so. They accept pollen grains that is transferred from a flower of another plant. Next, about the agents of pollination. Agents of pollination are mainly classified into two types, that is biotic and abiotic. Abiotic factors include wind and water, whereas biotic factors include bird, insect and bat. First type will be anemophily. Talking about this anemophily, it is nothing but pollen grain, the transfer of pollen grain through the wind. That is, the wind serves as the medium for transfer of pollen grain from one flower to another. Next is hydrophily. Terrestrial plants will use the process of anemophily, but what about the aquatic plants? The aquatic plants use the water as their medium of transportation for pollen grains. The pollen grains are released into our water, which are then carried over by the water currents, and it lands on the stigma of the respective flower. Next, in this hydrophily process, there is an exception case, that is nothing but water hyacinth, that is also known as terror of Bengal. In this flower, either anemophily nor entomophily takes place, but not hydrophily, even though it is an aquatic plant. Next is about entomophily. Entomophily is nothing but pollination through insect. Insects also, as we all know, insects collect nectar from the flower. Whenever they visit the flower to collect nectar, they take nectar from them and the pollen grains get attached to their body. When They again go and land on the next flower, they get dusted on the stigma, and the process of pollination continues. Next is about the flower Amorphophallus. This Amorphophallus flower, it has the corn that is 50 feet high, such that a normal insect cannot go inside in such a deep manner to collect the nectar or pollen grains. So that here is a special process taking place, that is nothing but moth. This moth goes and lays egg on the thalamus part of this flower. When the egg hatches and the moths are coming out, they carry those pollen grains to the next Amorphophallus flower for the process of pollination. Then is double fertilization. After these pollen grains are transferred, the process of double fertilization takes place. What is double fertilization? Even though two fertilization taking place, but only one zygote formed. How does this happen so? That is, when pollen grains lands on the stigma part, the sugary substance makes the pollen grain get germinated. After the germination, the pollen tube continues through the style part and enters the embryo sac. After entering the embryo sac, the two male gametes are released. One, it fuses with the egg cell, forming the zygote, and another, it fuses with the polar nuclei, forming the endosperm. So, what is the role of endosperm here? This endosperm is formed so that only after which the zygote gets all the nutrients for its development. And then after this, in some seeds such as groundnut, this endosperm gets completely consumed. And then in some seeds, it always is there. Some example, coconut, it has both free nuclear endosperm and cellular endosperm. Next is about artificial hybridization. Talking about artificial hybridization, it involves two processes, that is bagging and emasculation. Talking about bagging and emasculation, emasculation is nothing but removal of anther. After removing the anther, the flowers are tied in a bag that consists of a butter paper for ensuring that the stigma does not get contaminated. Next, after bagging, they are kept aside. As soon as the stigma gets its receptivity, the pollen grains are dusted on them to get the desired plant that we want. And here I am going to talk about the false fruit. False, as I have said you that the ovule part, it turns into the seed, and the ovary part, it turns into the fruit. And in these type of formations, it is known as true fruits. Whereas in some fruits, the ovary part, it turns into seed, and the thalamus part, it turns into fruit. And these type of fruits are known as false fruit. Examples for false fruit, best examples would be cashew nut, strawberry, and apple. Even apple, it is a false fruit, but still it provides us the most nutrients that any other can't. And then, can you think that only through the process of fertilization? No. Even without the fertilization, the fruits can be formed. And this process is known as parthenocarpy. Through this process of parthenocarpy, the fruits are produced without fertilization where there is no involvement of sexual organs. For example, is banana. Can only be the fruits produced without fertilization? You know, the seeds can also be produced without fertilization. This process is known as apomixis. For example, it is blackberry. Let me conclude it with two interesting facts. That is about lupine articus, a seed that germinated after 10,000 years, and Phoenix dactylifera, commonly known as date palm seed, which had germinated after 2,000 years. So I conclude that flowers are not just simple structures, they also have their own complexity, giving us a beauty all over. Thank you.
This is Dilakeshri of grade 12A from Frontline Millennium School. So today I'm here to give a lecture on the topic how to build a positive attitude. So when I say building a positive attitude, most of you would have thought that this is going to be an advisory session, but not really. So I'm here today to share with you few thoughts and ideas which will help you to build a positive attitude or maybe to develop your present attitude. So before starting, let us go through the table of contents today we are about to see. So the first one is benefits of having a positive attitude and consequences of having a negative attitude. The second one is who is responsible for our attitude. The most important question. Because if you knew the answer for this question, it is evident that you have started building a positive attitude in yourself. The third one is seek for positivity. The fourth one, do it now. The fifth one is a positive self-esteem. Sixth one, develop an attitude of gratitude. Seventh one, stay far away from negative influences. Eighth one, like the things that had to be done. Last but not least, start with positive things. Fine. Before starting, I would like to share one more thing. From great people, our successful people, we would have heard this one phrase, that attitude is everything. We would have also read that in different pages, like online websites, all those things. And that is true. Your attitude plays a major role in your life. Most people judge you with your attitude even before they get to know you well or a proper relationship develops between you and the person. Your attitude speaks more than your words does. So be careful of that you are having a positive attitude. Fine. Now let us begin with knowing the benefits of having a positive attitude and consequences of having a negative attitude. How does having a positive attitude play in our life? What are the benefits when you have a positive attitude is? It will increase the enjoyment in your life. It will give you a peaceful life, a restful life, and also it will make others seek us for our excellent vibe. As well as it fosters teamwork and it will give you the most important thing that we all long for, that is a good health. And now, what happens when you have a negative attitude? How does this play in your life? When you have a negative attitude, it will give you stressful life. It is like living a meaningless or purposeless life as well. This will make you peaceless as well. It is like living a self-restricted life. This will give you bitterness in your life. And also, when you have a negative attitude, it is not only a stress for people around you, but also it is a stress for you. And when you have a negative attitude, you'll experience loneliness. I'm mentioning this because I've heard people saying that I love loneliness. But this is not going to be the loneliness which you will enjoy. Rather, this will hit you very badly. Now, the next question. That is the important one. Who is responsible for our attitude? The problem is most people don't take responsibility for their actions, for their behavior. It is really important that you take responsibility for your actions and your words. Even your words play a major role. Also, when you are not under your control, when it is hard for you to control your behaviors and actions, it is going to be hard for you to live a peaceful or a successful life as well. So be cautious that your actions and your attitude ultimately is under your control. Now, these are the 7 steps which we'll be covering in this session, which will help you to build a positive attitude. Now let us get started. The first one is seek for positivity. Here, what do I mean by seek for positivity is you have to become a seeker of good. It is not really easy to be a seeker of good. It should have inherited you from your childhood. But still you have time to inherit you in this. So when you become a seeker of good, it is going to be very easy for you to avoid negative people and negative criticism. Now let us look at people living in this world. One is the pessimistic type of people and the other one is the optimistic type of people. Who are these pessimistic type of people? These are the people who never keep themselves happy or never let anybody around them to be happy. They even fear to smile because they feel that they may regret for it later. As well as they spend most of their life in complaint counters and counting their troubles as well. These people are even afraid to sleep because they have heard that people die while sleeping. I'll give you an example for this kind of people. There is a man who brought a dog which can run on water. So he wanted to but none because we are really disappointed. Most of us would get right because when we expect something from our friends and we don't get it, we get disappointed. So this man got disappointed and he asked voluntarily one of his friends that, did you find something unusual in my dog? The friend replied that, yes, I found that your dog cannot swim on water. This is an example of the pessimistic type of people. Now, the optimistic type of people. These are the people who only focus on the good things or the right things. They are very much keen on the positive side of everything. Or they are very much keen on the positive side of every situation as well, every person as well. They think the best, they expect everything best, they work the best, and ultimately they get everything best and success in their hands. They love to make people smile, and they love to smile as well. They would like to keep everybody happy as well. And as they spend time in improving themselves and not by complaining others or spending their time in complaint counters. These people find very easy to overcome problems. Also, I have an example. There is a man who came to Scotland from America and started doing random jobs and ended up as one of the huge manufacturing industry. At a time, there were 43 millionaires working under him. A press person asked him that how did you overcome such criticism or negative influencers or negative people? The person replied that when we dig for gold, we only focus on the gold. When we go digging for gold, we remove tons of dirt and we ignore them. The same way, when you focus and when you work towards success, your goal, you have to be focused on the goal, and you will start ignoring all the negative people, the negative criticism, and everybody. Also, be aware of overlooking faults and negative people's, being optimistic. Being optimistic is completely different from overlooking faults. You have to be optimistic. At the same time, you have to be aware of your faults. It is little difficult, but you have to adapt for it. The next step is do it now. Here, most of us would have experienced the habit of procrastination. This habit of procrastination is a negative attitude, and I call it a demon as well. And this habit of procrastination will lead us to put off our work or our task for another day or another time, and which will ultimately give us anxiety, depression, stress, and an unsatisfaction towards our life. This habit of procrastination is common for those who lack low self-esteem, those who lack confidence, and those who have low frustration tolerance as well. These people can't readily calm down themselves. But still, there are ways to overcome the habit of procrastination by doing few simple steps, like by examining your shoulds. There will be something for us there will be some task for us every day, which we are supposed to do, right? By examining your shoulds, you can complete your task quickly and at a time. Also, try to do a to-do list. Keep a to-do list. By putting things in order, this will help you to complete all the tasks that you have for a day. As well as be aware of time. Because sometimes we do a work or a task and we feel like we did that for nearly 1 hour or 2 hours. And when you check the time, you would have did it only for half an hour. This all the students would have experienced, right? So when you are aware of time, you do that work for an exact period of time, and you're making sure that you're not wasting too much time doing a single task, as well as rewarding ourselves. This habit of rewarding ourselves will help us and will motivate us to do another task without any hesitation. It may be anything as simple as your favorite snack, or listening to music, or doing your favorite hobbies. And
never leave it till tomorrow, which you can do it today. Also, try to live in the present moment. The energy it takes to complete a task is lesser than the time you sit and think that whether you have to do this or not. Also, utilize your present. I don't mean that you don't have to plan for your future. The message is when you utilize the present to its fullest, obviously your future is going to be a better place for you to live. I believe in that. And also, don't use these words because this is an excuse like I should have done, I would have done this, all these words. Stop using from now. The step 3 is develop an attitude of gratitude. Shifting focus from ourselves to appreciating someone or something will help you to gain a positive mindset and can make your day more happier and a peaceful one as well. This habit of gratitude will give you a confidence as well as this will help you to build a self-esteem in yourself, and this will also give you a satisfaction. Not gratitude in the sense it is not just what you say from your mouth. Try saying thank you or appreciate someone from your heart. That will really give you some kind of pleasure and that will give you a kind of happiness as well, which will also reflect in your attitude. And the fourth one is a positive self-esteem. The quick way to build a positive self-esteem is to help someone who can't repay you. Now, what is self-esteem? Self-esteem is the way you think about yourself, how you treat yourself. Do you like the way you are? That is what is self-esteem. When you have a positive self-esteem, you gain confidence. You gain happiness. You gain a satisfaction towards everything. As well as the habit of building a positive self-esteem in yourself and thinking positively is related. When you think positive about yourself, when you are satisfied with how you are, you will start thinking positively. And that will reflect in everything. You will see everything in a positive perspective as well. The most important thing is you have to like the way you are. When you have a positive self-esteem, it will give you the courage to break any kind of wall. Who knows, even you will gain the confidence to give a lecture like this for a world record as well. Now, the fifth step is like the things that has to be done. This is a valuable skill. By improving liking for what you do, you can improve productivity, you can improve motivation, and as well as this will give you an overall satisfaction. And cultivate your positive attitude as well. And there are few ways to build or to make this habit for liking for whatever you do. The first step is to understand its significance. There are so many tasks every day we have to do. It may be household chores, our work assignments, our personal commitments. But it is how you take them, right? Though there are so many works, unless you like them, you will not start doing that work. So by understanding the significance of what you're doing, by finding the importance of what you're doing, you start doing that work. For example, try to understand how a clean clean environment will help you. If you don't dislike cleaning, you can use this as an example. So when you have a clean environment, it will give you a mindfulness and it will keep yourself very pleasant, right? So by knowing what you're doing, by what the reason behind what you're doing, you can do that work more effectively. As well as an unmanageable task or a huge task will stop you from doing the work. And whether it will stop you from doing the work as well as it will break your confidence. So when you divide your task into bit size, as like you do, or it is simple for you. You do that work. That is, you complete that work completely. You are making sure that you do that work completely. So that you are completing the task, at the same time, you are enjoying them. Now, the third is be in a pleasant environment. When your environment is clean and impressive, your mind becomes something positive and it gains some freshness as well, which will help you to start that work, which will help you to gain a good perspective of the task you're doing. As well as practice mindfulness and have gratitude towards everything. Like when you are doing a task, you have to be grateful. Like you have to, this habit of practicing mindfulness and having gratitude toward your task will help you to stay focused and present on the task you're doing. So that you're the same. Now you're making sure that you do that, you complete that work and you really enjoy doing that work. And S.T. Francis of SEC once said that, start by doing what is necessary and then what is possible. And eventually, you're doing the impossible. Now, step 6, that is, stay far away from negative influences. This is really a tough job because mostly the person who is influencing us will be someone very close to us, or the person whom we believe, or the person whom we trust, or it is someone who really we love, right? So, by staying far away from such people, you can make your day more pleasant and you can make your day more happier one as well. Now, what are the benefits of staying far away from negative influences is, it fosters positivity, it boosts self-improvement, it evaluates well-being, and it keeps you positive, as well as it will help you to gain a positive attitude as well. Now, how to stop being influenced by such people? The first one is guard your time. When you are influenced by a negative people, you will not even know that you are getting influenced. And a meeting of 1 hour can reach nearly to 2 hours or 3 hours maybe. And it is really important when you are with such people, take note of your time and stop giving your energy and time to them. The second one is set a boundary for such people. Obviously, at a time, you'll know who is influencing you negatively. So set a boundary for such people. It is to keep you positive and to not drain your energy. As well as be courage enough to strike up conversation with such people. Example, take my mother. She has a friend who calls her every day morning and speaks for nearly 1 hour. And finally, she gets drained. At a situation, I noticed that my mother is influenced by her friend. So I told her mother, and it was really hard for me to pull her up. Because when we are completely drowned, there is someone need to pull up. So have a positive people, a positive person who can pull you from the negative situation or the negative people around you as well. The main thing is my mother didn't even know that she's getting influenced negatively. Now, the last step, that is start with positivity. See, when the start is excellent, surely the end will be at least good. I believe in this. So, every day, most people have the habit when they wake up, they rub their hands and they keep it in their eyes. What I do is I'll wake up and I'll thank whichever the thing I enjoyed the previous day. As well as I thank for the things which I would like to enjoy for the present day. By doing this, helps me to keep myself positive. As well as when all the day can't be a pleasant one or a good one, and it will not have a good memory every day. It is hard to have a good memory every day. So you can even think the things which you would have enjoyed in your past, maybe a 1 year or 2 years before which would have happened. Just think which makes you happy. You can also think about your dream profession, that you are succeeding in your dream profession. That can also bring a smile in you and will keep you positive for the complete day. And by doing this, what you gain is, you gain possibilities, you gain solutions, and positive outcomes as well. And it will help you to overcome obstacles with confidence. We would have heard this, or read this in different books, or we would have heard this from our teachers, our parents, everyone. And what we would have did is, we would have also let it fly. So it is really important that you try them this time and follow, if you really want to make your life a better. Thank you.
Everyone, I am Ajita Lakshmi Balamurugan of grade 12 and I am here to lecture on the topic Mysteries of the Human Brain. No one is either left brain or right brain, as they are left-handed or right-handed. The idea that people are left brain or right brain is just a myth. We have hemispheres in our brain. Researchers found that both hemispheres work together for most of the brain functions. Certain functions like language processing may be more dominant in one brain. So in the left brain, we can understand and express language. In the right brain, we will be giving a stress to words and more. Men brain differences, but it doesn't mean they learn differently or have unequal learning capabilities. Men's have larger brain volumes than women's. Rather, women have thicker cortices. So cortices is the plural form of cortex. Cortex is the outer layer of an organ or surface, particularly brain. So overall, there is more differences between the brains. Studies have shown that both sexes contribute equally in mathematics. Animals, human babies are born less developed and needs an extensive care. This is because their survival is more dependent on their brain rather than their body. According to the theory of fourth trimester, human babies are born earlier than ideal to prevent the risk of getting stuck into the birth canal due to their large heads. Babies have larger heads to hold the rapidly growing brain. The basic unit of our brain is known as neuron. And have you ever wondered about the mysteries of the human brain and their functions? And that's what I'm basically going to say now. Your brain is a giant wrinkled walnut, and your brain is the central organ of the nervous system, and it is responsible for controlling and coordinating bodily functions and other higher functions such as thinking, memory, and learning. So the original weight of brain is 1.45 kg. The brain floats in a fluid called CSF, which is expanded as cerebrospinal fluid. So when the brain floats in this fluid, it only seems to be 50 grams. It is interesting, right? And the basic unit of brain is neuron. So neurons are also known as nerve cells. There are nearly 86 billion neurons in our brain, and all brain cells are not alike. There are 10,000 specific types of neurons. So each neuron, another 10,000 neurons. And the synapses is the contact between neurons. Here, information from one neuron is transferred to another neuron. Now, let us move on to the parts of brain. Brain has a highly organized structure. We can broadly divide the parts of brain into three parts. The big section is known as the forebrain, and the tiny section is known as the midbrain, and the another section is known as hindbrain or lower brain. Forebrain is the most developed and large region of the human brain. So before getting into the details, let us get a broad sense of what these parts do. Forebrain is responsible for voluntary actions, and hindbrain and midbrain is together responsible for involuntary actions. So when I say voluntary actions, these are the actions that you're carrying out now, like you listening to me or other activities like dancing, singing, running, thinking, and more. So when I say involuntary actions, these are the actions that are not under your control, like your heartbeat, digestion, and respiration. You don't remind your body to do these things, it is automatically done by our body. So forebrain, so when we see the section of a forebrain, we can see two sections, the outer section with large folds and the inner section. So the large giant outer section is known as cerebrum, and in the inner section we have three parts. They are thalamus, hypothalamus, and pituitary gland. So forebrain is responsible for higher cognitive functions and sensory processing, emotional regulation, and motor activity. So thalamus. Thalamus serves as grand central station and information processing hub for transfer of sensory and motor signals that travel between various regions of the brain. It was discovered by an English physician, Thomas Willis. And the next one is hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is the critical structure in your brain that is located below the thalamus. It is known as the body's smart control coordinating center, and it keeps the body in a stable state called homeostasis. Your size of hypothalamus is nearly equal to the size of a almond. So thalamus is a small critical structure located at the bottom, at the top of your brain stem. And the third one is pituitary gland. Pituitary gland is a small pea-sized gland located below the hypothalamus. So it secretes growth hormones which is necessary for growth. So it is known as the master gland as it regulates and monitors the body functions by the hormones it produces. It is also responsible for metabolism and reproduction. So the hormones are the chemicals that carry information from one cell to another cell through bloodstream. Next we move on to cerebrum. Cerebrum is known as the new brain. So inside cerebrum we have two hemispheres. Each hemisphere is further divided into four lobes. They are frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, and temporal lobe. Frontal lobe. Frontal lobe is the front part of the cerebrum. It is responsible for the day-to-day activities like executive functions, thinking, walking, and more. The next is parietal lobe. Parietal lobe is upper back of the skull, and it is responsible for body functions such as touch, taste, temperature. And the next one is temporal lobe. Temporal lobe is situated behind the ears. It is responsible for encoding of memory, and it is the second largest lobe in the brain. And the fourth lobe is occipital lobe. It is the smallest of four lobes, and it controls vision. And next is brainstem. Brainstem is situated in the base of the brain and at the top of the brainstem. It serves as a pathway for transfer of information from brain to various parts of the body. It also receives signals from various parts of the body to the brain. It is also responsible for consciousness, alertness. And the next is midbrain. Midbrain is also known as mesencephalon. It is the topmost part of the brain stem, and it is a central part of nervous system. It is located below the cerebral cortex. So cerebral cortex is the outer layer of the cerebrum. It is midbrain is responsible for visual and auditory signals. And the next one is hindbrain. Hindbrain is composed of pons, medulla oblongata, and cerebellum. It is also known as rhombencephalon. It regulates functions that are necessary for our survival, such as respiratory rhythm, motor activity, wakefulness, and sleep. And midbrain, next one is pons. So pons handles unconscious processes, and it relays and regulates and it gives sensation of pains from anywhere of the body below our neck. The height of pons is 1.06 inches, and the depth of pons is 0.98 inches, and its width is 1.49 inches. And the next one is medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata, so midbrain is situated between Pons is situated between midbrain and medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata even connects brainstem to spinal cord. It carries many important functional centers and it is the bottommost part of the brain. And the next we move on to cerebellum. Cerebellum is known as the little brain. Even though it only represents 10% of the human brain, it approximately contains half of the neurons and it is responsible for fine tuning and controlling all bodily functions, such as it is responsible for maintaining balance and posture, skill acquisition, and motor learning. And now let us see some of the mysteries of the human brain. Dreams. Dreams are the real mysteries of human brain. Where do they come from? How are they formed? The questions that scientists are trying to answer. So dream takes place at the REM stage of sleep. So REM is expanded as rapid eye movement. This is a stage where most of the dreams occur and your eye starts twitching. Dreams are also due to synapses in the brain and it is due to electrical impulses in the cerebral cortex. And the next is death. Death, everyone can't live forever, even most of us try to forget it. Your brain is like a vehicle. Once its time is up, he stops. Age is a factor of this, and there is no remedy to fix the mechanism to live forever. Command center. Your brain is a command center. Like any luxury cars, your brain has a CPU that sends signals to the biological clock. It sends signals to the biological clock. Your hypothalamus acts as a CPU in your brain. It sends signals from various parts of your body to the brain. Your hypothalamus says whether you're hungry or not, whether you're sleepy or not. Everything is said by your hypothalamus. It is also responsible for body temperature and blood pressure and even digestion. Then next one is laughter. Laughter. Scientists have found that your parts of limbic system responsible for laughter. So limbic system is responsible for emotions. And the next one is memories. How are they formed? What influenced them? Where are they kept? From beautiful experience to the negative one, our mind memorizes everything, even the things which we are not aware of. Scientists have been trying out to figure out the mechanism between the formation of memory. Memory formation involves three processes. They are encoding, consolidation, and retrieval. So, in encoding, your brain receives sensory information, then it converts it to a form that can be stored as a memory. And the next one is consolidation. Once your memory is encoded, it undergoes process called consolidation. Here, the neural connections are strengthened and stabilized. Here, the reactivation of information takes place. Different areas are involved in the process of encoding. They are cortical areas and hippocampus. And the next one is retrieval. When you try to recall information, your mind retrieves the stored information and brings it to a conscious awareness. And the next one is there are two types of memories. They are short-term memory and long-term memory. Short-term memory is the temporary storage of information and manipulation of information. Here, information is stored for a short time. So after some time, either it goes to a long-term memory or it fades away. There are many causes of short-term memory. Now let us see some of the causes of short-term memory. The first one is lack of attention or focus on the information. When you pay more attention to the information, it is likely to be encoded and stored in the short-term memory. And the next one is overloading the capacity of short-term memory. Your short-term memory has a limited capacity. Once the capacity of the short-term memory is exceeded, it will be difficult for the information to retain in short-term memory. And distractions or lack of focus can hinder the process of encoding. The next one is interference. So when you look at a new information or go see a new source of information, your short-term memory will be getting blocked. So when you try to recall information, you will not be able to know which information to recall as your short-term memory will be blocked. So the limitation capacity of short-term memory varies from individual to individual. it is caused by the factors such as age and fatigue. And the next one is failure to rehearse. So proper rehearsal is needed to keep information in short-term memory. So rehearsal is repeating information in your mind and which helps to refresh and reinforce the information in short-term memory. So without proper rehearsal, you will not remember the information. Natural aging. So when you age, your cognitive abilities will be changed. Your mind's processing speed will be reduced. So this will be difficult to remember the information when we age. The next one is health factors. So even some of the health factors play an important role in your short-term memory. So diseases like Alzheimer's disease, traumatic brain injuries, dementia can affect your brain and it can damage your short-term memory. And the next one is long-term memory. Long-term memory is the process of storing information for an extended period. So several factors contribute in long-term memory. So here are some causes. The first one is meaningful encoding. So when you pay more attention to the information, it will retain in long-term memory. Next one is emotional significance. So when information is connected with emotions, it is likely to be encoded fastly and it can be remembered even after many years. And the next one is making connections. Relating new information with the existing ones can make the encoding process easier and make us to remember the information easily. And the next one is retrieval. When we keep on recall our information by practicing quizzes and other activities, we will be easily able to remember the information. And the next one is deja vu. I have experienced it, and I believe that everyone at one point of your time would have experienced this. There are three main reasons for this. So this is also caused due to dysfunctional connection between your parts of your brain, and which is related with memory recollection and familiarity. So this is caused due to three reasons. The first one is infancy. So during the infancy, so first I would like to say about deja vu. This is sometimes you might feel an incident that is happening at that time might have happened earlier to you. The first reason, infancy. So during your infancy time, you would have experienced the same incident at the same setting. So as you were very small at that time, you will not be able to remember the information. So when the same incident happens again, you will be able to remember the information. And the second one is dream. So you would have dreamed the same kind of incident with the same setting in your dream. So usually we forget our dreams when we wake up morning. So when the same incident happens again, we will be able to remember it. The third reason is parapsychological. You might have experienced the same incident in the last birth, in the later stage, which might have impacted your memory mind greatly. So neurologists have been trying to figure out the mechanism between deja vu, and they have found that your frontal cortex and temporal lobe play a greater role in deja vu. Next one is neuroplasticity. The neuroplasticity is the ability of brain to change and adapt to the experience. So here your brain structure is reorganized in response to experience and learning. So here new connections are made between neurons and the existing ones are strengthened. Experiences, learning and environmental factors play a crucial role in shaping neuroplasticity. So here neuroplasticity promises a recovery of brain. Neuroplasticity is not limited to childhood, it also occurs in adulthood, which enables continuous learning. So, and learning new activities and skill can improve and support neuroplasticity. The next one, let us see some amazing facts about brain. Your brain is made up of fat. It not only makes it the fattiest organ, but these fatty acids are crucial for your brain's performance. So you have to fuel your brain with brain boosting foods like oily fish, dark chocolates, blueberry, and nuts, and green leafy vegetables such as spinach, broccoli, etc. So we often prefer burgers and pizza. So this will not improve our brain's performance. Rather, it will. Next one is brain versus computer. So your brain's capacity is considered virtually unlimited. There are nearly 86 billion neurons in your brain, so it can form nearly 1,000 trillion connections. So if neurons connections increases, your brain's capacity also will increase. So your brain, when compared to a computer, can store 300 years of TV shows, and your brain is capable of doing 1016 processes per second. So it is powerful than the existing computers. And the next one is speed. What is the speed of the brain? It is really very difficult to measure the speed of the brain. Researchers have found that it ranges from 1 meter per second to 100 meter per second, that is 2.2 miles per hour to 224 miles per hour. So as information transmission between the brain is very fast, we are able to react quickly and communicate quickly. So there have been questions that, do we only use 10% of our brain? Exactly no. So there was with a scientist called Barry Garden. So he said that we use most of our brain even when we are doing simple actions. So he found it by a brain imaging technique called fMRI, that is functional magnetic resonance imaging. So by this we can measure the activity of brain, and so from that it was found that most of our brain is used all the time. And the next one is the brain tends to do more actions when we sleep than when we are sleeping than we are not doing any actions. So brain is more active while we are sleeping. While we are sleeping, we think that logically we will think the complex actions moving around, like communicating with other people, needs more brain power than sleeping. So it is opposite. When we turn off your brain, it turns on. And so while we are sleeping, there will be interplay of brain circuits. So it has been proven that ATP chemicals, which provide energy to the cells, have been synthesized in brain during the night times. So brain power. Your brain generates 20 to 23 watts of power, which can light up a light bulb. So this energy consumption is used for metabolic processes and is also used to strengthen the neuron connections. And the next one is brain development. So at the first year of life, your brain will triple its size, and 2-year baby will have 80% of the adult brain, and until 18 years your brain will keep on be growing. So until 25 years your brain is not fully formed. So your growth of brain comes from backward. So frontal lobe is the last to grow. Frontal lobe is responsible for reasoning and planning. Hence, it is last to grow. It will be difficult for us to make decisions at a small age. And the next one is brain is known as random thought generator. So, according by neuroimaging of University of Southern California, it was found that human brain generates 48.6 thoughts per minute. So this adds up to 70,000 thoughts per day. So your brain is known as random thought generator. And the next one is energy hunger. Even though your brain comprises only of 2% of your body's total volume, it uses 20% of oxygen and energy. And 90 minutes of sweating can temporarily shrink your brain. And your brain needs constant supply of oxygen. Even when 5 minutes of, even if oxygen is not supplied for 5 minutes, your brain cells will die and it will cause severe damage to your brain. And the next one is London cab drivers have larger hippocampus than the general populations. This is due to the extensive training that they acquired to gain the knowledge of London's complex network street. So this had made some structural changes in their brain. So hippocampus is a structure involved in memory formation and spatial navigation. So the training that was took by the cab drivers to plot the intricate streets of London made some brain structure changes in their brain. And the next one is, why was Einstein so smart? Was his brain different from ours? Einstein's brain weighed 2.4 and so we have to take care of our brain well by boosting it with brain foods, and your brain is like a universe. Still there are many wormholes and galaxies to explore. Thank you.
Forests are nature's greatest masterpiece, a living city of towering trees, lush undergrowth, and a symphony of sounds. From the rustle of leaves in the wind to the chirping of birds and the scurry of unseen creatures, forest is a place of life and diversity. Entering a forest is like entering another world. This wonderland is not just one kind. There are vast variety of forests on earth. Each continent has its own kind. Stretching out under the endless African sky, the savanna is a vast and beautiful expanse of tall grass and majestic acacia trees. Here, the rhythm of life beats to the pulse of the land as the grazing creatures roam free and the big cats search for their next meal. It's a place where the sun makes the sky gold in the day and the stars twinkle like diamonds in the inky blackness of night. From the thunderous hoofs of galloping herds to the haunting call of a lone hyena, savanna is a place of sights and sounds, a place that both captivates and humbles all who enter its domain. I am Sachin R. of grade 8 from Frontline New Gen International School. Now, let's take a journey to discover the charms of savanna. What is savanna? A savanna is a wide, flat, open area of land covered with grass and scattered trees. Savannas are home to diverse variety of plants and animals, including large grazing herbivores like zebras and buffaloes, and predators like lions and hyenas. Savanna regions are geographical regions characterized by the presence of savanna's ecosystems. These landscapes are transitional landscapes between forests and grasslands, typically with a mix of grass and scattered trees. These savannas are found in tropical and subtropical regions such as Africa, South America, and Australia. African savannas. The African continent is well known for its savanna regions. The Serengeti in Tanzania, the Masai Mara in Kenya, and the Kruger National Park in South Africa are the prominent savanna regions. South American savannas. The Brazilian Cerrado and the Venezuelan Llanos are the prominent savanna regions. These regions support diverse variety of plants and animals. Australian savannas. The Kimberley region and the Top End are the savanna regions in Australia. These regions support diverse variety of flora and fauna, including unique species like kangaroos and termite moths. Now, let's see about some national parks and reserves of savanna. Serengeti National Park. It's a national park in Tanzania known for its annual wildebeest migration. Masai Mara National Reserve. It's a famous wildlife reserve in Kenya known for its big cats and annual migration. Okavango Delta. It's a unique wetland in Botswana known for its plants and animals. Chobe National Park. It's a national park in Botswana known for its large elephant herds. Now, let's shift our focus to some of the majestic and awe-inspiring creatures that roam these grasslands. With their undeniable strength and beauty, they had captured our imaginations for centuries. So, without further delay, let's delve deeper into the mesmerizing world of these creatures and find what makes them so special in the jungle. Let's start with the majestic rulers of savanna, lions. Known as the king of beasts, lions are powerhouses of strength, courage, and ferocity. But behind this fearsome reputation lies a complex social creature with intricate family structures and vocalizations. So let's see about these in detail. Are lions solitary? No. Lions are not solitary creatures. They typically live in groups called prides with many females and their cubs and few males. While females are prominent hunters, males sometimes help females in hunting. This social behavior of a lion helps them to defend potential threats such as hyenas. So even though lions are capable of hunting and surviving alone, this social behavior is a crucial part in their surviving strategy. Let's see about the majestic physical build of lions. Male lions are typically larger than female lions, weighing up to 250 kilograms in weight and can measure up to 3 meters in length. The king of the beasts is also known as a skilled hunter armed with nature's deadliest weapons. So let's see about these weapons. Teeth. Lions have sharp, big canine teeth which could grow up to 7.5 centimeters in length. These teeth is used to deliver strong bites on the prey. Claws. Lions have big sharp claws which could grow up to 1.5 inches in length. These claws are used to gain traction on the ground while running at high speeds and to grab onto its prey tightly while hunting. Bite force. Lions have incredibly powerful bite force, measuring up to 650 pounds per square inch. This bite force could easily break the skull or the spinal cord of any of its prey. This powerful bite force, combined with lions' powerful jaw muscles and big teeth, make it a formidable predator in the wild. While lions have incredible weapons such as teeth and claws, speed is a crucial weapon in their hunting strategy. Lions can run up to 50 miles per hour for short distances, which could outrun most of its prey and is essential while hunting fast-moving prey such as wildebeests and antelopes. Now I'm going to say you a fact about lions. Lions are the only big cats with a beautiful and distinctive mane. This mane is a symbol of their strength, as it's essential in mating season, as female mates are attracted by male mates with this mane. This mane could differ from each lion. Some lions have bigger, darker mane, which shows that the lion is healthy. But some lions have less developed, weak mane, which shows that the lion is not much healthier. Another fact about lions is that lions are known as the apex predators of savanna, but their hunting success rate strongly depends on the number of lions hunting. If one lion is hunting in daylight, the success rate could be 17 to 19%. But if they hunt in group, the success rate could increase to 30%. So even though lions are known as apex predators, their hunting success rate is not as expected. On this journey of exploring the savanna, let's move on to our next creature. African elephants are the iconic beasts of savannas. These gentle giants are known for their physical characteristics from trunks, long tusks, and huge heavyweight body. So let's see about these elephants. Are elephants solitary? No. Elephants are not solitary creatures. They typically live in groups called herds with 100 individuals, and it's led by one female elephant. These elephants form strong bonds with each other. If one elephant is dead in the group, other elephants could form a circle and give respect to the dead elephant. This is the strong bonds formed by elephants. When it comes to physical characteristics, elephants are surely iconic creatures. Let's see about the physical build of elephants. Elephants are known as the largest land mammals on earth, which could grow up to 13 feet tall from feet to shoulders and can weigh up to 14,000 pounds. While elephants are not known for their aggressive behavior, they do possess some incredible weapons. Let's see about the weapons. Tusks. Tusks are elephants' incisor teeth which grows throughout their lifetime, and in some cases, these tusks could weigh up to 100 pounds. These tusks are used to carry out various activities such as digging the ground, taking the bark from trees, and also used as a weapon to fight other males in mating season. But nowadays, many elephants are killed for their tusks, as the tusks are seen as a beautiful thing. Trunks. Lions have strong big trunks with 1 lakh muscles in them. These trunks are used to do various activities such as digging the ground, plucking branches and fruits from trees, and it's also used as a weapon to fight other males in mating season. While elephants are not known for their incredible speed, they can run faster than they could for defensive purpose. If a predator such as lions is chasing them, these elephants could run up to 25 miles per hour for long distances. But in the other hand, elephants are excellently talented swimmers and can swim for long distances without any break. A fact about elephants is that elephants have incredibly powerful memory and can remember something for a long time. This memory power is used in dry seasons, as the male or female elephants uses these memories to track where they found the water holes in last year. There's a real life instance that once there was a man who owned a small baby elephant. He kept it for 2 years, but because of some situations, he had to leave it in the circus. After 26 years, when he came back to the circus to meet the elephant, he thought that the elephant could forget me, so I should be careful. But when he saw the elephant, he was shocked because the elephant recognized that he is the owner, and it ran towards him and showed the love and affection towards him. This shows how elephants could remember something for a long time. Another funny fact about elephants is that, will you believe that elephants are afraid of bees? Yes, elephants are known as the largest land mammals on earth, but they're afraid of small insects called bees, as the buzzing sound of bees makes the elephants to go uncontrollable, which could create great threat for the group. On this journey of exploring the savannah, let's move on to let's see about the flora that builds these beautiful savannas. Let's see about some trees and plants of savannas. Acacia trees. Acacia trees are the most recognizable trees of savannas. These trees have long root systems which helps them in dry seasons. Baobab trees. Baobab trees are known for their big swollen trunk. These trees can grow up to 60 feet tall, and these trees produces an edible fruit which is a good source of vitamin C. Grass. Savannas are dominated by grass with various types of grass. These grass serves as major food source for grazers of savanna. Elephant grass. Elephant grass is tall grass which is found in wet regions of savannas. Marula tree. Marula tree is found in savannas which produces an edible fruit which is a good source of vitamin C, and its favorite food for giraffes and elephants. Whistling thorn. Whistling thorn is a thorn which creates a whistling sound when air passes through it, and it's a favorite food source for giraffes. The beautiful savannas of our world are home to nature's complex web of life. With a diverse variety of plants and animals, these landscapes serve as hosts to some of the complex ecological interactions. In the heart of this dynamics lies the concepts of food chains and food webs, which moderates the flow of energy and nutrients throughout the organisms of savannas. Let's see about the food chains and food webs of savanna. Food chains and food webs, every organism of savannas have a specific trophic level. Grass and trees, known as the producers, produce starch and nutrients by photosynthesis. These form the foundation for food web as well as food chain. These producers are consumed by consumers such as herbivores. Herbivores convert plant energy into nutrition, and herbivores are finally consumed by the predators of savanna. The predators of savanna dominates the food chain and food web, and it marks the end to food chain as well as food web. What is a food chain? A food chain is a series of animals in which one animal eats the other which is below it. For example, in this food chain, grass lays the foundation for the food chain, and grass is consumed by antelopes. Antelopes are consumed by predators such as lions and hyenas. Here, the predators mark the end to this food chain. Food web. Food web is nothing but a series of food chains in which each food chain is connected with each other. In this food chain, rats, grass, and trees form the foundation for the food web. Grass is consumed by antelopes and zebras. Rats are consumed by snakes, and trees are consumed by tall animals such as giraffes. Giraffes are consumed by large predators such as lions. Snakes are consumed by meerkats, and meerkats are consumed by eagles. Giraffes and antelopes are consumed by predators such as cheetahs and lions. Here, cheetahs, lions, and eagles mark the end to this food web and dominates the food web. Which animal is at the top of the food chain? Of course, the king of the beasts, the apex predator of savanna, lions. Lions dominate the food chain as well as food web of savannas, as there is no other creature in savanna to hunt or kill lions. Savannas can be classified into three types: wet savanna, dry savanna, and thorn bush savanna. Wet savanna, also known as wet tropical savanna or moist savanna, is found in regions with the pronounced wet and dry seasons. These landscapes experience high amount of rainfall than dry savannas and thorn bush savannas, which promotes the growth of lush grass and trees. These savannas are home to diverse variety of plants and animals, and it's also home to many predators, prey, herbivores, birds, reptiles, as well as insects. Dry savannas, also known as dry tropical savannas or arid savannas, is found in regions with the pronounced dry seasons. These landscapes experience long dry seasons, and the animals and plants here are adapted for these situations. The plants seen here are drought resistant and have long root systems. The animals here are adapted for these situations. The animals mostly seen here are grazers, which could efficiently extract the nutrition from these grass. Thorn bush savanna, also known as thorn scrub or thorn woodland, is found in regions, it's arid and semi-arid regions. These landscapes have plants and trees which are adapted for these situations. The plants mostly seen here are thorny scrubs and have spiny leaves which does not leave the loss of water through evaporation easily. The animals here are also adapted for these hot conditions. These savannas play an important ecological role by providing habitat for many plants and animals. It also serves as a shelter for local communities and also serves as a grazing ground for livestock. But nowadays, these savannas are destroyed and disturbed because of overgrazing, deforestation, and colonization. We must stop this and ensure the long-term survival of these savannas. In conclusion, the beautiful savannas of our world are home to diverse variety of plants, animals, complex web of life, and it also serves for local communities and more. But nowadays, these savannas are destroyed because of deforestation and colonization. These savannas must give a higher importance than other forests, as these savannas play an important ecological role in our planet. If these savannas are destroyed, the ecological balance of our planet could be completely collapsed. So, by understanding the ecological role of these savannas, let's appreciate the role of these savannas instead of destroying them. So, let's embark on a mission of saving these savannas and ensuring their long term survival. Thank you.
Of the entire Earth's surface. It has a rich history and iconic landmarks such as the Colosseum in Rome, the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and the Big Ben in the United Kingdom. Let's say you have a chocolate in your home and you go to school waiting to eat it. But when you come back home, it's not there. Hi, I'm St. Hundavi Vipassana of grade 8 studying in Frontline Newgen International School, and I'm here to give a lecture on the topic, the Great European Saga. Now, we'll be talking about World War I and World War II in this presentation, which are such interesting topics. I assure you that in my lecture, you will know a thing or two about World War I and World War II. I felt wrong to just talk about World War I and II in the Great European Saga. So, I am going to be talking from the start of Europe until World War II. So, let's begin. Europe is the second smallest continent in the world, covering just 2% of the entire Earth's surface. It has a rich history and iconic landmarks such as the Colosseum in Rome, the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and the Big Ben in the United Kingdom. When the Earth started, there was a huge landmass called the Pangaea that consisted of all the continents. Slowly, it made its shape as we know today. The first Europeans entered Europe through Asia. They were known as the early European modern humans. They began developing, and at around 2000, they started building monuments such as the Stonehenge. It is said that they were keeping rocks on top of each other while Egypt. Then they had democracy, plays, coins, and up to 10 of Rome. Rome was divided into three periods: the period of kings, Republican Rome, and Imperial Rome. The period of kings lasted from 625 BC to 510 BC. During this brief period of time, Rome was ruled by 6 kings. Then came the Republican Rome, and there the Romans established a new form of government where the upper classes ruled. And then in 51 BC, Julius Caesar became the first emperor of Rome, and for the first time, Rome's borders spread beyond the Mediterranean region. Then in 338 BC, Rome captured Italy. In 41 BC, Rome was assassinated. Julius Caesar was assassinated, and he was replaced with his heir Octavian. In 31 BC, when Rome took Egypt, Octavian took the title of Augustus and became the first emperor of Rome. The imperial period of Rome. The imperial period was Rome's last period, and it saw several decades of peace, prosperity, and expansion. And in AD 117, Rome was at its maximum extent, covering 3 continents: Asia, Africa, and most of Europe. In AD 286, Rome was divided into 2 parts, Eastern and Western Rome. The Western Rome suffered continuous Gothic attacks, and at 455 BC, it was sacked by the Vandals. The Eastern Rome, however, survived. It was more commonly known as the Byzantine Empire. It fell when the Turks took control of its capital, Constantinople. Middle Ages saw the rise and fall of great empires, the clash of swords, and the birth of remarkable ideas. Religion played an important role during this period, with the Christian church holding immense influence. But the challenges, plagues took over the continent, taking countless lives. 17th century, Renaissance,
means rebirth. Great scholars such as Nicolaus Copernicus and Galileo Galilei changed our understanding of the universe. Artists such as Michelangelo created art pieces that still captivate us today. And the printing press was also an important invention during this period. It was invented by Johannes Gutenberg. Literature and music flourished during the 18th century. The works of Mozart and Beethoven were highly appreciated. It was also the start of Industrial Revolution, which transformed economies and society, also brought about exploitation and inequality. Now, remember how I told you that chocolate story at the beginning of this lecture? Well, when you came back home, the chocolate was not there because your sibling took it. Now, why did I tell you this story? That is because this is exactly how World War I started. Bosnia was the chocolate that Serbia wanted. Serbia was the owner of the chocolate and Austria that took that chocolate. Serbia, the big brother, wanted Bosnia, the chocolate, for a long time, but in 1902, Austria-Hungary came in and took it. So now Serbia was angry at Austria-Hungary for taking Bosnia. So it wanted to take revenge on Austria-Hungary, and it had the perfect opportunity when Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the soon-to-be king of Austria-Hungary, visited Bosnia. And what Archduke Franz didn't know was that there were Serbian assassins waiting to kill him. And at around 10:15 a.m., one of the assassins threw a bomb at them, but they missed and hit the officers coming behind him instead. So the officers were injured and admitted to a hospital. If someone threw a bomb at you, they missed, would you hide or not? You probably would. But instead of hiding, Archduke goes back to the hospital to visit the injured officers. And the governor forgets to tell the driver that the route to the hospital had been changed. So the driver took a wrong turn, and standing there was Gavrilo Princip, who was one of the assassins. He shoots Archduke and his wife Sophie and kills him. So now Austria-Hungary was angry at Serbia for killing their soon-to-be king. Now Austria-Hungary didn't want to kill Serbia or anything. It wanted to declare war on Serbia. It asked Germany if it could have a war, and Germany agreed. So Austria-Hungary sent a list of impossible demands to Serbia and gave them 48 hours to complete it. When Serbia refused, they declared war. So now Germany was happy about all of this because it had a plan. It was going to attack France, then attack Russia, then take over Europe. So first it went to France. But the problem was there was armies all around France's borders. So Germany can't go to France. It decided to go through Belgium to get to France. They hoped that Belgium wouldn't interfere and let them pass through. But it didn't. It fought back and it slowed down the Germans. So after finally defeating Belgium, Germany advanced to France. But did you hear that sound? It's the sound of the Russians. They were ready for war earlier than expected. So now Germany asked Austria-Hungary, "Hey Austria-Hungary, can you take care of Russia?" And Austria-Hungary was like, "This will be really easy for me," and went to war with Russia. But they instantly got defeated. And Germany had to send 750,000 troops to Russia to fight them. And they were fighting back pretty well. On the other side, Germany was advancing to Paris. And UK showed up and declared war on France, on Germany. So now the French commander-in-chief knew something had to be done. So they ordered their armies to stop retreating. And as a result of that, a gap opened up, which meant that UK and France can attack Germany from behind. So Germany moved north, the others followed. This was the beginning of trench warfare. What is trench warfare? It is when two armies fight over each other to get a piece of land called the no man's land. Now, for example, let's take two armies, the Red Army and the Blue Army. The Red Army will shoot the Blue Army, and if they kill the Blue Army, they get the land. But if the Blue Army reaches the Red Army and they kill them, they get the land. This meant thousands of wars, thousands of deaths, just to get a few meters or kilometers of land. Then the Allies started expanding overseas territories. I'm going to be using the word Allies a lot, so it's important that you know what it means. The Allies means the group of countries that fight against Germany and countries will start joining the side of Allies. Countries will also join the side of Germany. For now, Italy and Japan joined the Allies. Italy joined because Austria-Hungary promised Italy some land if they won, and Japan joined because it was happy to take Germany's colonies. When the war first started, Australia was quick to take Papua New Guinea. Then the Ottoman Empire were indecisive on whether to join the war or not. Some people who wanted to join the war threw some bombs at Russia, and now they were at war. And so they decided to go to war with Russia, but that failed. Then they tried to take the Suez Canal from the Britain, but that failed. They blamed their losses on the Armenians living there, which led to the Armenian genocide of about 1.3 million Armenians. Now Germany had a problem. The USA was looking like it was going to join the war. Germany knew that if USA joined, it would instantly lose. USA had been selling weapons to the Allies and been getting a lot of profit off of it. It became the #1 economy in the world. So Germany sent a letter to Mexico asking it to have a war with USA. But UK got the letter and showed it to USA. And USA got really angry. It joined the side of the Allies, and soon the lost all hope. It tried to attack France and UK one more time, but with each attack, the resources and France and UK were getting better and better at repelling them. Finally, on November 11th, 11 o'clock, Germany surrendered. After millions of people died, everyone realized how bad war was and didn't have a war again for about 21 years. Then came World War II. It's 1902. A young man by the name of Benito Mussolini moves from Italy, his home country, to Switzerland to avoid compulsory military service. There, he becomes an avid socialist, writing for socialist newspapers, wanting to overthrow European monarchies and so on. This gets him in a bit of trouble with the Swiss police, and he gets arrested. So he goes back to Italy, gets free there, goes back to Switzerland, gets arrested again, goes back to Italy, and completes the military service that he previously avoided. Mussolini was a wonderful speaker. His speeches attracted many people. Soon he formed a group of socialists. Remember how I told you in World War I that Austria-Hungary promised Italy some land if they won? Well, Italy hoped that they were going to get a lot of land, but in the end, they only got a little. The economy and a weak government meant that the Italians were suffering. So, when Mussolini came along with his idea, everyone loved it. And in 1922, he became the first fascist dictator. Who was the second fascist dictator, you might ask? Well, it's Hitler. Hitler was on the losing side in World War I. Germany was on the losing side in World War I, and it was struggling in day-to-day activities. It was suffering because of the Treaty of Versailles, which stated that the Germany had to pay war damages, it could not have an air force, and it had to reduce its army to 100,000 men. It also could not militarize the Rhineland, and I'll explain about that later. A small man with a funny mustache came along, everyone loved it. Hitler was a soldier during World War I, and nobody loved his country more than him. He helped start a new political party, attempted a march on Munich, and got arrested. Soon, he became dictator. Now, Hitler and Mussolini had a lot in common. They had the same ideas, but more importantly, they had the same enemies. So they became friends. Who else was Japan? Japan had been isolated from the world for over 200 years until the USA showed up and declared war, and they took all of its raw materials. Japan had zero raw materials. It tried to take raw materials from Korea and that went well. It also annexed a part of China. On the other side, Germany started to militarize the Rhineland. He began undoing the Treaty of Versailles. He sent his army to the Rhineland and militarized it. But the Allies did nothing. Then, 1938, Hitler's army marched into Austria and just took it. Then, he wanted Sudetenland, which is the border of Czechoslovakia. There, a lot of ethnic Germans lived. Hitler wanted to reunite all Germans, and since he was fascist, for all the Germans to live in, he needed space. For that, he needed to take over the world. For now, a good person be left out. He tried to take Abyssinia, which is currently Ethiopia. It's in Africa. There, people fought against tanks with bows and arrows. Now, Hitler hated the Polish corridor. That was Germany, and East Prussia was Germany. Hitler wanted to reunite the both Germanys, but in between them was Poland, and the Polish corridor was separating the both Germanys. And Hitler didn't like it. He wanted to invade Poland, but he knew that he couldn't do it alone. He asked Russia for help, and Russia agreed. So, German and Russian troops marched into Poland and took it. But then, no one did anything. This was called the phony war. France had launched attack into Germany, but they maintained mostly defensive positions. Then they just left. They saw that Sweden was exporting iron ore to Germany through Norway. So they asked Sweden and Norway if they could stop, but they did not stop. So they started attacking all the exporting ships. Hitler realized what the Allies were doing, and he went to Norway. And then the Allies, but the Allies were too late. They had to retreat. During the phony war, Hitler had prepared his forces and he was ready to attack Belgium. So he encircled Belgium in lightning speed. Then he saw that the French people had army all around their border, just like World War I, but this time they had not kept their armies in one place called the Ardennes. There was full of thick trees and dense forests, so the French people thought that the place was naturally impenetrable. But Hitler was about to penetrate it with everything they had. With a lot of troops, they marched into Ardennes and they took it. And they again encircled it, and this time France and UK's best armies were now trapped. And then Hitler took France's armies, but UK managed to make a last-minute escape at Dunkirk. With the best of the force left, now France was easy to take, so Hitler took it. Now, the Allies said, and Hitler thought that UK would surrender, but it didn't. So, Hitler started attacking London. Before that, Winston Churchill, the then president of UK, launched a small bomb raid over Berlin. It didn't do much damage, but Hitler was furious. He started attacking the RAF, Royal Air Force, and it did a lot of damage. Kids were sent to the countryside and people began sleeping in railway stations. Then Hitler launched an attack on London one more time, but the RAF successfully repelled it. Again, he didn't want to be left out. He tried to capture British Somaliland, and that went pretty well. He captured the whole thing. Then he tried to take Egypt, and that went less well. He captured half of it. Then he tried to take Greece, and that went really badly because Greece captured half of Italy. To move his forces from Germany to Greece, and between Germany and Greece were two countries, Yugoslavia and Bulgaria. Hitler gave them an option. They could either be invaded or they could join him. Yugoslavia opted to be invaded while Bulgaria joined him. Hitler launched the largest ground invasion in history. He launched troops into Russia and attacked it. And the former president of Russia, Stalin, wasn't ready. He captured 250,000 people at Minsk, 300,000 at Smolensk, and 7 Kiev. But then it got cold. The winter season had arrived. So, and then Russia brought in troops from Siberia that were prepared to fight in the winter. So Hitler's invasion of Russia had to be postponed. Then Japan wanted to take Southeast Asia colonies, but Southeast Asia was full of water and ocean, and Japan was bad at ocean naval combat. It can't stand a chance against USA and UK in naval combat. USA and UK were the ones that captured Southeast Asian colonies. So Japan thought, wouldn't it be nice if we could attack the Pearl Harbor base of USA? And so, in 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. It didn't do much damage though. Then Japan swept through Hong Kong, Philippines, China. They forced Thailand to join them. They took most of the Southeast Asian colonies. But USA and UK didn't notice it. The Allies launched a surprise attack in Italy. The Italians realized that the Allies were landing in Italy all because of Mussolini. And so Mussolini started becoming unpopular, and soon Italy fell. Now there were 3 countries in the Axis powers: Germany, Italy and Japan. Italy had fallen, so now Germany and Japan remained. Noticed that Japan was taking all the Southeast Asian colonies, so they started recapturing them. They recaptured all of the Southeast colonies, and now USA and UK were heading towards the Japanese mainland. The Japanese people believed that the most cowardly thing a man could do was to surrender. So they fought hard, and soon they were fighting. Then Hitler decided to blitzkrieg again. He encircled Belgium again and trapped some American forces in there. Then the American forces managed to escape, and from both sides started attacking Germany, and soon Germany fell. So that means that Germany and Italy fell, and only Japan was remaining. The atomic bomb. How? Well, USA was still angry at Japan for attacking their Pearl Harbor base, and they attacking them with atomic bombs. The first atomic bomb test was ready in New Mexico, a state in USA. On August 6th, the first atomic bomb was launched on Nagasaki. Then on August 9th, on Hiroshima. The Second World War had been more destructive than the first. In the First World War, 16 million people died. In the Second World War, 60 million people died. Now let's see some facts. More heritage sites in Europe than in any other continent. This is because of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Eiffel Tower, and so on. Vatican City is the smallest country in Europe. It has a population of just 825 people, and it will only take you 20 minutes to walk from one side to the other. France is the world, and it because of its combination of food, history and wine. The Louvre Museum is the biggest museum in the world. It is located in Paris, France. It has portraits such as the Mona Lisa. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am PG Lakshanya of grade 8 studying in Frontline Eugene International School. People climb. Without data, we are nothing. Data is everything in our world. Be a detective to explore the concepts of data handling. So let's start the journey of data detectives. Statistics. Statistics as the branch of mathematics that deals with the collection, classification, tabulation, representation, and interpretation of data. Statistics helps us to know and analyze things that happens around us. It gives us an insight into any trend that has happened in the past and can be useful in predicting the events that may happen in the future. It is very important in our day-to-day life. One of them is weather forecasts. A collection of information in the form of numerical figure is called as data. Suppose there are 40 students in grade 8A and the class teacher asks each student about his or her heights in centimeters and notes down the same in a piece of paper. The information is given here. Here, each entry is a numerical fact and is called an observation. Such observation collected initially is called as raw data. Raw data does not reveal everything and it's difficult to interpret. So, there is a need to organize it. The simplest way is to present it in the tabular form where the data is arranged either in ascending or in descending order. This new set of arrangement is called as arranged data or arrayed data. Frequency distribution table. Frequency. Frequency is the number of times a particular value occurs in a given set of data. Raw data is arranged in the frequency distribution table, which shows the number of times each value occurs. We use tally marks to denote the value. Tally marks are nothing but the strokes which are used to denote the value. In every group, there are 5 tally marks, and the next stroke begins with the next group. The first 4 tally marks are drawn straight, and the 5th tally mark is drawn diagonally, cutting through the first 4 tally marks. Thus, we form groups of tally marks, with each group having 5 tally marks. Range of data. For any set of observation, the difference between the maximum and the minimum value is called the range. From this example, we observe that the maximum value is 151 and the minimum value is 139. We subtract 139 from 151, we get the answer as 12. Thus, the range of this set of observation is 12 centimeters. Grouped frequency distribution table. For every large range of data, it is more convenient to group data to form grouped frequency distribution table. Here, the data is grouped into suitable classes called the class intervals. A test was conducted by a class teacher. The marks here are as follows. The teacher needs to display it in the form of grouped frequency distribution table. Here, to form the grouped frequency table, we need the class intervals 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and 16 to 20. Here, we observe any value and denote it using a stroke. Let's take that Sahana scored 90 marks in this test. So, her marks will come under the category 16 to 20 as 19 is between 16 and 20. This is the grouped frequency distribution table. Finally, this table is getting ready by counting down the number of strokes in each group and writing it down in a separate column called the frequency. Introduction. Data handling is the process of gathering, presenting, and recording information in the way it is helpful to make analysis and choices better. Anything can be grouped into certain classes based on certain comparable parameters. Parameters means nothing, the context in which the comparison is made between the objects. Now, have a look at the composition of air that we have learnt in our science classes. Here, the constituents of air are denoted using different colors in the form of parts of pie. Do you think a bar graph, line graph, or any other graphical representation would be able to represent this information as effective as this one? Definitely no. With a detailed study of each of them, you can understand and use them suitably. Types of data. There are 2 types of data based on which it's performed. The 2 types of data are quantitative data and qualitative data. Quantitative data is fixed and universal, while qualitative data is subjective and dynamic. Quantitative data is countable or measurable, relating to numbers, while qualitative data is descriptive, relating to language. For example, if we need to find the count of students in a particular class, we count them. It comes under quantitative data. Whereas if we want to describe their characteristics, it comes under qualitative data as it's descriptive. Quantitative data tells us how many, how much, or how often. For example, 20 people signed up to our email newsletter last week. Qualitative data helps us to understand the why or how behind certain behaviors, or it can simply describe certain behaviors, or it can simply describe certain attributes. For example, I signed up to the email newsletter because I'm really interested in hearing the local events. Quantitative data is gathered by counting or measuring. As I said before, if we want to count the number of students in a particular class, we count them. Whereas in qualitative data, it's gathered by observing or interviewing. If we want to give a description of their characteristics, we observe their character and write it down. So it's a qualitative data. Quantitative data is analyzed using statistical analysis, while qualitative data is analyzed by grouping the data into meaningful categories or themes. Quantitative data. Shubha weighs 63 kg. Meenakshi Wu has 2 siblings. These both are the same in everyone's perspective. Example of qualitative data. Tarshit is good, but he can be quite impatient at times. This fact may differ from person to person. Few may think that at times he behaves like this, while few may think that it is his actual behavior. So it is a qualitative data. Steps involved in data handling. There are 6 steps involved in data handling, such as purpose, collection of data, presentation of data, graphical representation of data, analyzing the data, and finally, conclusion or inference. Purpose. First, the problem or purpose is identified and well defined. Collection of data. The data related to the purpose is collected. Presentation of data. The collected information is to be presented in the form of simple table or simple chart. Graphical representation of data. Here, the presented information will be in the form of graphical representations such as bar graph, line graph, etc. Analyzing the data. Here, we view the data and analyze it. Finally, conclusion or inference. Here, we provide a solution statement for the problem or the purpose. Bar graph. A bar graph is a graphical representation of data using rectangular bars. Properties of bar graph. Every rectangular bar has equal width and equal space between them. And the rectangular bars can be drawn either vertically or horizontally. The rectangular bars are equivalent to the value they represent. And most importantly, all the rectangular bars lie on a common base. If they do not lie on a common base, the data may differ. So it is must for a rectangular bar to lie on a common base. Uses of bar graph. Bar graphs are easy and convenient. It is the easiest diagram to prepare, and it is most widely used in different fields such as schools, business, etc. It is used to compare the data sets. There are 4 types of bar graph. Bar graphs are mainly classified into 2 types such as vertical bar graph and horizontal bar graph. In a vertical bar graph, the rectangular bars are drawn horizontally and the values lie in vertical side. Whereas in a horizontal bar graph, the rectangular bars lie on the vertical side and the values lie on the horizontal side. Bar graphs are further classified into 2 types such as stacked bar graph and grouped bar graph. In a stacked bar graph, a single rectangular bar is divided to denote the value, whereas in a grouped bar graph, it is denoted separately to show the value. Grouped bar graph is also referred to as clustered bar graph. Steps to draw a bar graph. Let's have an example. Liza went to market to buy different fruits in different quantities such as 5 apples, 3 mangoes, 2 watermelons, 3 strawberries and 6 oranges. She needs to display them in the form of a bar graph. Here, to draw a bar graph, first take a graph paper and mention the title as most brought fruit. Then write down the axis such as y-axis and x-axis. Then write down the values such as 1, 2, 3, 4 and apples, mangoes. Then label each axis such as types of fruit and number of fruits. Draw the rectangular bars equivalent to the value they represent. Here the values are given only until 10. But if the value we collected is exceeding more than 10, we might have the values more than 10. And most importantly, most of the graphical representations have a scale. A scale is very important for a bar graph. Pictograph. A pictograph is a pictorial representation of the data using pictures, keys, symbols, etc. Pictograph example. A survey was conducted by a fast food junction to know which flavored pizza was liked by the children the most. We see that one pizza represents 4 children. Then how much would a quarter slice represent and how much would a 3 by 4th of the slice represent? A quarter slice would represent 1 child and 3 by 4th of the slice would represent 3 children. This is called as a key. A key is very important in a pictograph to denote the value. How to make a pictograph? To make a pictograph, we follow these steps such as collect data, review the data and pick a symbol, assign a key, draw the pictograph, review pictograph and reading pictograph. For every graphical representation, we need to collect the data. As I said before, data is important. So first we collect data, review the data, then we review the data and pick a symbol according to the data. In before example, we saw that it's related to pizza. So here, as it is related to pizza, the key is pizza. This is how we review the data and pick a symbol. Then assign a key. One pizza represents 4 children is assigning a key. Then draw the pictograph. This is the average time spent by a child on different activities. We need to draw a pictograph example. We collected the data and this data is related to time. So I fix a symbol that hourglass and assigning a key, I assign that 1 hourglass is equal to 2 hours. This is the pictograph for that information. Here one hourglass represents 2 hours. To find how much hours are spent by a child on online class, we need to do a simple math. We need to multiply the number of hourglasses in each class with the value they represent. In online class, there are 2 hourglasses. So 2 into 2, 4. An average time spent by a child on online classes are 4 hours. In gadgets such as TV, smartphone, there are 2 hourglasses. 2 into 2, 4. So an average time spent by a child on gadgets such as TV or smartphone are 4 hours. In self-study, only half of the hourglass is given. We multiply 1 by 2 into 2, that is 1. So an average time spent by a child on self-study is 1 hour. In sleep, there are 5 hourglasses. 5 into 2, 10. So an average time spent by a child on sleep are 10 hours. In other activities, there are 2 full hourglasses and 1 half hourglass. We multiply them separately. 2 into 2, 4 and half into 2, 1. We add them. 4 plus 1, 5. So an average time spent by a child on other activities are 5 hours. Advantages of pictograph. Pictographs can be used primarily for early learners associate object with learning. It helps us to visually format the data. Pictographs are interesting and easy to understand. It is useful for representing marketing and the sales data. Line graph. A line graph is represented using dots and are connected using straight lines. This is an example of a line graph. Number of bicycles sold by a bicycle company. Here we see that the data is denoted using points and are joined using straight lines. This is a parts of a line graph. There are different parts of line graph such as title, scale, points, labels and line. Title. Every graphical representation title. The title of this example is tickets sold. Scale. This is the scale range, that is 50, 100, 150, etc. Labels. The weeks and ticket written here are the label. point. The point which shows the accurate value or the points. The line, we use line to join the 2 points. Plotting a line graph. To create a line graph, we follow these steps such as create a table, label each axis, add data and create a key. Create a table. First, we draw the y-axis and x-axis. Then label each axis, we write down the scale range. And add data, we mention the accurate value and join it using straight lines. Then finally, we create a key. Advantages of line graph. Line graph represents changes and trends. Line graph helps us to represent even small changes. As we see, if one point is given here and the next point is given here, we use lines, so it helps us to see even small changes. Line graphs are simple, easy to understand, and efficient. Of line graph. You can't plot too many points in line graph, and wide range of data is challenging to plot. If the data is fraction or in decimal, it is inconvenient to plot. Pie chart. A pie chart is a graphical representation of data using parts of pie with different colors. Uses of pie chart. Pie charts helps us to compare the profit or loss. Let's have that we have a pie chart and one side is filled with loss and the other side is filled with profit. It helps us to immediately analyze the profit or loss. And it is used to show the time allotted for each section, and it's mostly used in school. It is used in comparing data of people owning same things like same vehicles, same houses, etc. And it is used to marketing and sales data. Construct a pie chart. This is the collected information. To form a pie chart for this example, we first draw a circle and divide the circle as per the values, and we give different colors to represent the key, and we name it. This is the pie chart for that collected data. Here the fruits are shown in different colors. As we see here, mango is green. It helps us in immediate analysis of the key with the pie chart. Every pie chart have a key to denote the values easier. Of pie chart. Pie charts are simple and easy to understand. Pie chart are the effective communication tool, and it gives us an immediate analysis of the data or quickly understand the data. As I said before, in a pie chart, we have the profit and loss. It helps us to immediately analyze the data. There are few disadvantages of pie chart, such as it is effective but not very effective, and it does not reveal the exact values as it is in the part of a pie. It fails to explain the causes, effects, or patterns. In a line graph, we see that the previous value and the next value will be given, whereas in a pie chart, it's not possible. I believe I made you all see different perspective. Data is a tool for enhancing intuition. No data is clean, but most is useful. Tell a few of those to make data meaningful. With this inspiring quote, I put an end to my lecture. Thank you.
Everyone. I want you all to imagine a young child. Let's call him Hardish. Growing up in a small town, he was always fascinated by the world of words. Even from a tender age, he found solace and inspirations from the stories he read and the words he heard. He spent hours lost in the pages of books, transported to magical realms and connecting with the characters who were his dear friends. He witnessed that how a kind word could brighten up someone's day and bring enthusiasm and brighten up their day. He realized that words are not just tools for communications, but they are powerful equipments that help in changing our perspective of life and shifting our perspectives. Delightfully, I stand before you all, introducing myself as Hartish V, an 8th grade student from Frontline Union International School, and I'm here to take a lecture on the impactful topic, the power of words. The next, we'll see what we are going to see in this lecture. We'll see about the story of language from the past till date, how language influences our world, some fascinating and facts about languages. Next, why we should think before we speak and what should we think of words, and the power of words for individuals. After that, we'll see about remembering the words that matter, then the role of words in society and how it shapes the society. At last, the power of words in literature with a true example. Before moving to content, we'll see some examples that highlight the power of words. How a motivational speech could inspire people and help them motivate and achieve their goal of their life. How a well-written book can transport their readers to a completely different world. For example, when I read this book, To Kill a Mockingbird, you know what? I literally went into the story and I had a good experience spending time with the characters. And how a heartfelt apology can mend a broken relationship and bring back connection towards them. Just a simple word or a compliment can boost someone's self-esteem and brighten up their day. And how a powerful protest chant can unite a crowd and draw attention towards important and pressing issues here. We'll see about the story of language. We don't know why language was created, when it was created, how it was created, or even really what it is. But I'm damn sure that language has undergone continuous transformations from the past till date. It was influenced by social, cultural, and technological changes. In the past, we used gestures, sounds, and body language for communication. How language influences our world. Language definitely plays a crucial role in shaping our society. It is that how we manipulate and oppress our words, which we speak or convey to someone. Whether through speeches, books, or media, words can inspire someone, motivate them. They have the power to change someone's mood completely and ignite a spark within them. We should use them wisely in an intention to create a society that is just, equitable for all. Some fascinating and mind-blowing facts about languages. First, there is a language that only 8 people know. But sadly, as of 2005, there were only 3 of them. Bazo is an unclassified Southern Bantu language of Cameroon. It is endangered. We don't know whether it is extinct or someone saved it. What is the official language of US? Most probably, right? But no, that's wrong. There is no fixed official language for US, but most people generally assume it to be English. Of air. It sounds bizarre, right? But truly, a language exists that is said to be the language of air. And no doubts, it is also English. English is said to be the language of air, as both internationally and domestically, the aviation crew members and the pilots must know English in order to communication. There is a written language that only has 12 letters. Lesser than English, right? Yes, it is Rotakas. This language is spoken in Papua New Guinea. And it only has 12 written letters and they are mentioned here. The next fact will blow your mind. Be ready for that. In Japanese, there is literally no way of showing whether a word is singular or plural. For example, I have given both word and words, and they both mean same in Japanese. Let's talk about the ghost word. A ghost word truly existed, and in the dictionary, it is dod. This word literally have no meaning, or even really it's not a word, because it was just a mistake in the dictionary which appeared more than 7 years until it was noticed and removed. There are more languages spoken in this world, and more than 200 languages are just created artificially in intention to use for books, shows, and television. For example, I have given Neo and Klingon. They are only created for the purpose of entertainment. There are more languages in this world, as I said before. And there is a continent in this world that is Europe. And it is the major part of this earth, which has more languages. Europe is a home to exciting people and wonderful languages. If you feel so celebrating them, you can do. The European Union has fixed a date, that is September 26. September 26 is known as the European Day of Languages. We can celebrate all the exciting and wonderful languages on that day. Now let's talk about the importance of words. Words have an important role in our society because that has the major use of communication for all. Can you all imagine a world without words? It would be a chaos, because whether we write them or speak them, they do have an impact, which is caused by positive or negative words. Speak about why we should think before we speak. I'll say a story. A father was very worried because his son didn't think of, and he spoke many bad words. He don't know, they're just words, right? What will they even leave us in? He was just very careless. And the father called him. He told, "Son, you're not realizing the impact that words will leave. So I'll give you a task. From today onwards, if you're speaking a word that is negative or demotivating someone, you should hammer a nail in the garden wall." And from that day, the son agreed and he started doing that. Months passed away, and the father again called his son. And he asked, "What do you observe in the wall?" The son replied, "I see more nails." And then the father told, "Now carefully remove them all." After removing, the father again asked, "Now what do you observe from that wall?" And the son said, "There are a lot of holes." And then the father again asked, "Can you just erase these holes permanently?" And the son strongly replied, "No, we can't." And then the father started explaining, "This is how words work. These nails are like the impact of words. If you speak something bad, it will also create an impact in people's mind, like the nails in this wall. And it will be definitely difficult, or even the impact will stay in the people's mind. So you should think whether you're creating a good impact or a bad impact." Two examples for your better understanding. How? If you speak someone who is very demotivated about their performance, you will say them which can motivate them, and the words are positive. It will create a very positive and comfortable environment for them. Whereas if you speak something negative and bad, it will also create a huge impact in his mind. We are already very demotivated, and the person will have a negative and demotivated and uncomfortable environment. Let's compare words and water. Words that has no impurities, which is a good impact or no demotivation, and water that is pure with no dust particles and that is crystal clear. It will create beautiful ice crystals. And words will create a very beautiful impact in the people's mind. But words with negativity, which can create a permanent and unerasable impact on the people's mind. Water, when freezed with impurities, will create a very dull ice, which will not be pleasant or beautiful. We have seen why we should think. But do you know what we should think? I have mentioned some here. Happy. First, you must think the words we are speaking, will it make someone feel happy? Or is it even useful? Or will it make someone feel happy? That is the first thing you should think before you speak. Next, necessity. You should think whether, if we are speaking this, will it be useful or necessary to speak this? And at last, time. Is it the right time to speak it to someone? That is one of the main things that you should speak. If you speak something wrong at the wrong time, it will definitely make you feel awkward. The impact of words on our lives. As I have mentioned before, the impact doesn't depend on ourselves and our characteristics. It depends on the words, whether it is positive or negative. If you speak something positive with your friend, it'll be easy, even if there are problems between your friendship. But if you are using negative words and demotivating words, it will create tight and strong knots between your relationship, which will make very difficult to bring back your relationship. Conveying something to someone or presenting something, you should use words that are easy and accessible. I'm saying this because even though you're saying something useful or necessary for them, if you're using complex and difficult words, it will become completely useless for them. Marketing strategy. Words are also used in marketing strategy. For example, in advertising some products, they'll use, it will clean 99.9% germs. They are very clever because we definitely know that it won't clean all the germs or remove them. See how clever they are with their words. I'll give you one more situation. There is a well-smooth talker who was a scammer. Once, he thought of scamming people, and his words definitely helped him with. He explained about his schemes to unsuspected individuals, and he gave some false and fake promises. And the individuals didn't even have any doubt on them and blindly believed in him. And soon, as usual, he fooled them and disappeared into thin air. This is how words are used nowadays. If you use words that are positive and very powerful, when you start blending your beliefs and your words together, they become so powerful that you can even move mountains. Not mountains, but you can overcome very difficult situations. Again, imagine another situation. You want to hear a song or a music from a tape recorder. What do you want to do? You want to record it, right? Likewise, if you want to speak something to someone or convey it, you must think, is it useful and is it the right time or is there any necessity? It is because of the impact it will leave. I mentioned before that every individual play a crucial role in shaping a society. Now, here is the great personality, Muhammad Ali. You know why he's a great? Because he once said that he would be the greatest. And no doubts, he became the greatest. That is because he was very confident with his words. And he literally had no doubts or confusions in his mind. Next, let's see about a big difference because of words. In the first image, you can see that a parent is angry that. What will the child think? Oh, we should not touch that. Then I should definitely touch and see what will happen. it will create in a curiosity in the child's mind, which could lead to a huge disaster. To the right, the parent is softly saying, if you touch that hot stove, you will burn yourself and feel hurt. Now what will the child think? It will think that, oh, if we touch that, we will feel hurt and burn ourselves. And the child will never try to even touch that. In the second image, the parent is saying angrily to the child, you grounded, go to your room. The child will think, what? We're grounded for no reasons. And the child will not realize what kind of mistake it made. To the right, the parent is saying that, now let's talk about why you're behaving in this manner. Now what will the child think? Completely opposite. Oh, they've grounded us because of the behavior which we made. And it will try to rectify and change the behavior from that time. Next, we'll see about a great personality who created an impact in the society. And he was the first black president of South Africa. He was Nelson Mandela. Have you ever wondered? Because Nelson Mandela was the first black president. Before him, there were none of them. But after him, there were many. It is because of the apartheid system, which said that the head or the leader of the state shouldn't be black. And he and his comrades spent many years in fighting against that apartheid system. And soon, after that, he spent 27 years in prison. And after that, he won the Nobel Peace Prize. What? Winning a Nobel Peace Prize? Prison? No. He spent his days in prison. But his words didn't. His words soon resulted in dismantling the apartheid system in his country. See, just an individual made a huge impact in the society. I would like to conclude my lecture by speaking about the power of literature, the power of words in literature. That's it. I told that I got really inspired by the book To Kill a Mockingbird. Yes, it is a true example for the power of words in literature, because whether through words or phrases, they can, just a simple word could evoke such vivid emotions. I would like to conclude my lecture like words are like wands. If you're using them correctly, they can just do whatever you want. They can make or changes in the way we think or feel. That is the true power of words. Now let's shift our perspective and end my lecture. In the first image, you can see a blind man. He's begging with a sign that says that, I'm blind, please help me. He was receiving a very little amount of charity that wasn't even enough for his food. And a guy randomly saw it and changed it. And surprisingly, from that day, he started receiving more charity. And the next time, when the blind man realized that the guy again came, he said to the man that, thank you, because of you, I'm receiving more charity. That is more than enough for me. And the guy said that, no, you're wrong. It's not because of me. It's because of the power of words. Because he changed the statement into, it's a beautiful day and I can't see it. See, if we shift our perspective, words can work wonders. Every people's mind is like an empty canvas. When every word or phrase you're speaking or conveying to someone, it is like a brush stroke on the empty canvas. If you speak something well and good, it can create a beautiful and wonderful masterpiece at last. But if you speak something bad and demotivating, it will lead into a huge disaster at last. Thank you.
Grade 8 from Frontline Nugent International School. Imagine this. You are enjoying a beautiful day outside surrounded by trees and fresh air. When suddenly your nose starts itching uncontrollably, your eyes become watery and you can't stop sneezing. What's happening? Well, my friends, welcome to the mysterious world of allergies. Today, we are going to explore the fascinating science behind allergies, the sneaky reactions that our bodies sometimes have to harmless things around us. We are going to dive into our immune system, the superhero, how he is defending our body against germs, and it can get a bit overprotective and misidentify the harmless substances as dangerous invaders. Are you ready? Let's dive into the topic. Today, I am here to give a lecture on the topic, the science of allergy. In my lecture, I will cover all the following topics: introduction, concept of allergy, types of allergies, concept of allergens, antidote for allergens, symptoms of allergy, diagnose and test for allergies, precaution and preventive measures, and finally, did you know? Can you see what are these in the pictures? Yes, my topic is based on these pictures. In my lecture, you will see about allergy in detail. Introduction. First, what are pathogens? Harmful microorganisms that cause disease are called pathogens. Next, what is immune system? Immune system is a network of cells, tissues and organs that work together to defend the body against the attack of the microorganisms. Then what is immunity? Immunity is the protection that someone's body gives them against a particular disease. Now we came to our main topic, what is allergy? But before seeing what is allergy, let's explore why allergies happen and how our body can overreact to harmless substances. Join me in understanding the fascinating world of allergies and hypersensitivity. Did you know that allergies can develop later in life? Yes, it's possible for someone to develop an allergy which they were not previously allergic to. This phenomenon is known as adult onset allergies. We often come across dust, pollen grains, milk, seafood or nuts. These are harmless substances. However, at times, these substances may cause a massive reaction on the body of some people. On inhaling pollen grains or dust, some people may develop severe cough, constant sneezing, and inability to breathe properly. Similarly, eating seafood or dairy products may also trigger people from itching, swelling, and bleeding of the skin. When people suffer from such reactions, we say that they have developed an allergy. Now, what is allergy? Allergy is hypersensitivity of the human body to certain substances in the environment. Discover the different types of allergies and how they affect people. Types of allergies. Allergies are classified into two types, seasonal allergies and perennial allergies. What are those? Seasonal allergies. Allergies that occur during a particular season are known as seasonal allergies. Next, the word perennial means throughout. So, allergies that occur throughout a year are known as perennial allergies. Now let's discuss few examples. For example, during the spring season, the pollen grains of flowers become airborne. When these are inhaled, an allergic person starts to show some allergic reaction. During the summer season, the grasses release pollen into the air, causing allergic reactions in some individuals. Similarly, it happens on fall and winter. Examples of perennial allergies. Allergies such as those caused by dust, pollen grains, pet allergy, then mold, and so on fall into the category of perennial allergies. Next, let's discuss few common allergies in human. Pet allergy. I think most of us love pets. But did you know that there is a pet allergy that is triggered by a pet? Yes. Pet allergy is an exposure triggered by allergic reactions found in the certain proteins such as saliva, urine, or danger of certain animals such as dogs, cats, and small rodents. Some studies suggest that early exposure to pets, such as during the infancy, may reduce the risk of developing pet allergies later on. This phenomenon is known as hygiene hypothesis. However, individual reactions can vary, and this does not guarantee immunity for pet allergy for everyone. Next, drug allergy. Drug allergy is an allergic reaction to medication or drug. It occurs when our immune system mistakenly identifies a drug as harmful substances and triggers allergic reactions. Allergic reactions to medications can occur, and one remarkable example is the allergy to penicillin. Some individuals can develop an allergy to penicillin immediately, while some individuals can develop an allergy to penicillin that appears after a week or more after taking the medication. Next, food allergy. Food allergy is an allergic reaction to food proteins. The common food allergens are peanut, nut, egg, fish, shellfish, wheat, soy, and milk. At times, people are allergic to food additives and food color too. The cure of food allergy is not possible. A person who is allergic to those food items should consciously avoid ingesting those food items. When the people with food allergy comes into contact with the food items, their immune system reacts, triggering a range of symptoms from mild to severe. Next, pollen allergy. Pollen allergy, also known as allergic ringtings or hay fever, is an allergic reaction to pollen which is released by the pollen plants. Mostly pollen allergies are associated with seasonal allergies, but did you know that the size and shape of the pollen grains can vary? Yes, this variability can impact the type of plants the pollen affects and the severity of individual reactions. Next, latex allergy. Before discussing what is latex allergy, let's see what is latex. Latex is a thick white liquid that is produced by some plants, especially rubber plants. Now, what is latex allergy? Latex allergy is an allergic reaction to the latex, which is the substance derived from the sap of the rubber tree. The common products used by the latex are condoms, balloons, and elastic bands. When the people with latex allergy comes into contact with the latex, their immune system reacts, triggering a range of symptoms. Next, insect or pest allergy. Insect or pest allergy is exposure to insect or pests such as bees, wasps, ants, hornets, and so on. Did you know that the venom of different insects can vary? Yes. For example, the venom of insects such as bees, wasps, and fire ants tends to be more allergic compared to the stinging insects. And finally, mold allergy. Mold allergy is an exposure to mold spores, which are tiny airborne reproductive particles which is released by mold fungi. One intriguing fact is that mold release spores which acts as allergens. It also releases toxins known as mycotoxins. These mycotoxins can have harmful effects on human health. Now we have discussed the common allergies in human. If you have any of these allergies, the first thing you should do is to avoid those allergens and consult an allergist. Who is an allergist? An allergist is a doctor who specializes in certain conditions by taking care of our immune system. Allergists also conduct specific tests such as skin prick test or blood test to confirm a certain allergy. Next, let's uncover the substances which cause allergy and which can turn harmless substances into potential threats. Concept of allergens. First, what are allergens? Allergens are substances which cause allergy. Allergens are of two types, food allergens and non-food allergens. Food and non-food allergens are substances which cause allergy. It triggers allergic reactions in some individuals. It is a common allergy in human beings. Here's an overview of food allergens and non-food allergens. Food allergens. The common food allergens are peanut, nut, egg, fish, shellfish, wheat, soy, and milk. The common symptoms of food allergens are hives, itching, swelling, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, difficulty in breathing, wheezing, and in severe cases, anaphylaxis. What is anaphylaxis? Anaphylaxis is a life-threatening condition in which the tissues swell up and make it difficult for the person to breathe. And the common diagnosed tests are skin prick test and blood test, which is to identify specific food allergens. Next, non-food allergens. The common non-food allergens are pollen, pet danger, dust, mites, mold spores, latex, certain medications and metals, pains, and so on. The common symptoms are skin reactions such as rashes and hives, respiratory problems, gastrointestinal issues, and wheezing, and in severe cases, anaphylaxis. Next, the common diagnosed tests are skin prick test or blood test. Another common method is to keep a thorough medical history of an evaluation of the symptoms that can help us overcome those allergies. Can enter our body and kickstart those allergic reactions? Come, let's discuss about those. Entry route for allergens. There are three main entry routes for allergens, namely the nose, the mouth, and the skin. The nose. Allergens in air enter our body through the nose and cause symptoms such as asthma and hay fever, which are breathed in through the nose. Next, the mouth. Allergens enter our body through the mouth and cause symptoms such as itching, swelling of the body parts such as lips, tongue, pharynx, and throat. Next, these symptoms are together grouped into a category called oral allergy. Next, the skin. Allergens coming in contact with the skin can cause itching, swelling, blistering of the skin, and rashes. These symptoms are called as contact dermatitis. And the food allergy also enters our body through the skin. These symptoms are the red itchy patches on the skin. It is known as hives. Some people are sensitive towards sunlight and develop an allergy. It is known as photosensitivity or sun allergy. Let's discuss few diagnosed methods which are used by the doctors. There are 6 common methods: skin prick test, blood test, patch test, elimination diet, challenge test, and nasal smear. Skin prick test. Small amounts of allergens are pricked or scratched on the skin. After a few hours, we can notice a small raised bump on the tested sites. It denotes that we have allergic to these reactions. Blood test. Blood tests are of 2 types: specific IgE blood test and total IgE blood test. Specific IgE blood test measures the specific amount of IgE in our blood. Next, the total IgE blood test measures the total amount of allergens in the IgE in our blood. Next, patch test. Patch test is a test to confirm the contact dermatitis. All the tests are done once after the patches are removed. Next, elimination diet. It is nothing but the removal of susceptible food products from our body and reintroducing while monitoring it. Next, challenge test. Challenge test is nothing but a rule or to confirm the food allergy or drug allergy. Next, nasal smear. Few nasal secretions are kept under a microscope and tested. This method is known as eosinophils. Now we have discussed about the types of allergies, the types of allergens, and the diagnosis and the symptoms. Now we want to overcome and minimize those allergens. What to do? Precautions and preventive measures. Identify and avoid allergens. For example, if you are allergic to pollen allergy, so you have to identify and avoid those allergens to minimize the risk of developing it. Next, keep indoor environments clean. For example, if you are allergic to pet allergies, and you have to keep your indoor environments clean. Next, maintain good air quality. We can maintain good air quality by using HEPA filters. It helps us to remove allergens from the air. Next, be cautious with food allergies. For example, you're going to a shop to buy some food products and you're allergic to peanut allergies and you're picking up a product and the materials used are peanut. Will you buy it? No. So you have to be cautious with food allergies. Next, carry medication and allergy shots with you always to prevent your allergies and not to develop it. Next, wear medical alert identification. This is the medical alert identification. It helps your friends, doctors or teachers or colleagues about your allergy and it saves you. Next, communicate with others. Inform your teachers, friends and colleagues about your allergy and create an awareness about it. Now let's discuss few interesting facts about allergies. Did you know? Did you know that allergies can affect our emotions and mental health? Yes. Allergies can contribute to feelings of fatigue, irritability and even worsen symptoms of anxiety and depression. In the United States, more than 50 million people have at least one types of allergies. Allergy symptoms can be triggered by exercise. Can you believe it? Yes. Allergies experience exercise-induced allergies. Next, gradual warm-up and cool-down routines before and after exercise can help reduce the severity of symptoms by preparing the airways and minimizing the risk of triggering an allergic reaction. Now we have discussed about the interesting facts, precautions and preventive measures, and the types of allergens and the types of allergies. Conclusion. So let's be supportive and understood. By raising awareness and showing empathy, we can create a world where the allergies are understood. Knowledge is powerful and learning more about allergies helps us take control and support others. So let's appreciate the amazing complexity of our bodies and keep exploring the science behind allergies. Now I put my end to the lecture by saying a key message. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to a world where allergies are understood and accommodated. With this key message, I put my end to my lecture. Thank you.
Anna, a grade 8 student from Frontline Nugent International School. Welcome to Python Power, where your dreams become code and the possibilities are limitless. Get ready to explore the magic of Python programming together. Python is a versatile computer programming language which is used to build websites, software applications and much more. In this presentation, we will learn about its basics, its features and its importance in today's technological landscape. What is language? Language is a system of communication used by the people to express their thoughts, ideas and emotions. Here, computers also have languages that enables communication within the system. Similar to how humans have languages like Tamil, English, Hindi and so on, computers also have languages such as C++, Java and Python. What is Python? Python is a versatile language which is used for various purposes. It will not depend upon a specific field but can be used for different wide array of applications including web development, scientific computing and much more. Now, about code. Code refers to a set of statements used in the programming language. Now, I will give you an example code. Here, the input which we are given here to print the word hello world. So, the interpreter which is used here will read and give or decide outcomes. Now, let us go back and see about the history of Python. History of Python. Guido van Rossum, a Dutch programmer who invented Python. It was first released in February 20, 1991. This language emphasized simplicity and readability. Development of Python.
The development of Python began at December 1989, and Guido van Rossum started this at his Christmas break. He named this Python as a tribute to the British comedy circus which he loved. It named Python's Flying Circus. Python has come up with several major versions. As of 2023, Python's current version is 3.10.10. Every new versions come up with additional features, bug fixes, and other improvements also. Guido's goal was to make this language easy for the beginners and also the experienced trainers. Now, let us see some facts about Python. Usually, many companies are using Python. Examples: Google, Yahoo, Instagram, Twitter, and so on. As of 2023, Python is 34 years old, as calculated that the development started at 1989. Influence of Python. Nowadays, social media has become our integral part, right? Yes, many social media are relying Python to power as it emphasizes user-friendliness nature, widespread of adaptation, and engineers feel it easy and allows them to speed up their delivered products efficiently. Why we want to choose Python? Compared to other programming languages like C++, Java, Python is very advantaged than other languages. Now, let us see the most important topic, that's our functions. Every programming languages have functions. Yes, Python have many functions. A function is named as a block of code that performs a specific task, which this will break a smaller sentences. Function call. After defining function, you can call it by using its name, parentheses. Parameters and arguments. You can have parameters in this programming language, which are the pass values of this programming language. Arguments. When you are using parameters, arguments also help you as the actual value of this programming language. Return statement. The return statement is used to return a block of code or any sentence in any side of your program. Function reusability. This is used to rescue a code from any errors in your program, as we will find some errors when we are using programming language. This helps us more. Built-in functions. Python have more built-in functions such as int, range, len, and so on. It is used to build a function in a positive way. User-defined functions. Pythons have some user-defined function which is mostly used to define a function. Function scope. Do you all know function scope is divided into two scopes, global and local. Local scope is operative within the system. Global scope is used throughout the programming language. Function documentation. Function documentation is very easy for the beginners because we can save our documents in this file. Recursion. This is used mainly in this programming language, as it gives us some data types like int, float, and so on. Libraries and modulus. Every programming language has libraries and modulus. Here it has some libraries which are used to store some files which are used in the Python. Input function. You all know the input function is a very important thing in the programming language. Input function is used to get input from the users. This is used to make the programs interactive. Yeah, after using input function, we are giving input to give our programming language. But a numerical value or decimal value, we have some data types such as int and float. Int is used for numerical values and float is used for decimal values. What are variables and data types in Python? Variables are the container for a value and it is used to assign a value in the programming language. It is used to refer in the program. Python have some data types which is used to define a type of variable to what type of data are we are going to use or to store in a variable. Here are some variables like variable naming and variable declaration. Variables play a very crucial role in this Python and it will manipulate the data of different types. Variable declaration. Variable declaration is dynamically typed, which is very important in this language. Variable naming is used to name a value in a case sensitive and consists of names, digits. Trees and graphs in Python. Tree structure. A tree structure starts from the roots to the branches and the child nodes. It is connected by the edges and also the nodes. Nodes and edges. Nodes and edges. Nodes are the very important thing used in this programming language, as edges are the nodes are connected to these edges. Binary trees. A binary tree will consist of 2 child nodes in maximum, minimum in 3 nodes. Graph structure. A graph structure is a collection of nodes that is connected by the edges. Traversing a tree. There are many types to traverse a tree, like in order, pre-order, and so on. Control structures. Control structures is an essential part of programming used in this programming language. It plays a crucial role in this programming language. It will allow the flow of execution in your code. Here, control structure is of 3 types: sequential, selective, and repetition. Sequential. Sequential is a default working of the program. For example, interaction. Selection. This structure is used to take decisions by any checking conditions and branching. Example, conditional statement. Repetition. This structure is used only in the looping or types of looping. For example, for loop. Uses of control structures. There are 5 uses of control structure. They are conditionally executing code, repeating the code, exiting loops, skipping interaction, and handling errors. Conditionally executing code. The if-else statement is used to conditionally execute a code in your program. Repeating the code. The for loop is used repeatedly in this executing a block of code repeatedly. Executing loop. The executing loop is the break statement used to exit a loop. Skipping interaction. A conditional continue statement is used to skip an interaction in your program. This is very easy to skip any interaction between the programming. Handling errors. This is used to handle an error in the code. Here, if some members get any errors in the programming language, this control structure will be for easy to handle errors. What are operators? Operators are the symbols which are used in this programming language. For example, 45 plus 23 minus 2 or some other else you can keep it. Here 45, 23 and the numerical values are known as the operands, and plus, minus, forward slash, asterisk, and these are the operators. Here we have some few basic operators. They are arithmetic, logical, assignment, bitwise, comparison, increment and decrement operators. Arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators are, there are some basic operations done here. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. And there are 4 operations done here. PEDMAS is also an operation done here for remembering the parenthesis, exponential, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. These are used as PEDMAS to remember it easy. Then here we can, for now I will explain you about the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division operators using a simple code. Addition. If a value of A is 2 and value of B is 3, we will get the answer as 5, as the C value is plus B. Here plus sign is used as an operator. Subtraction. As subtraction, here minus sign is used as an operator, and if a value of A is 2 and the value of B is 3, we will get the answer as 1, as we give C value as A minus B. Multiplication. If value of A is 2 and the value of B is 3, we will get the answer as 6, as it is asterisk symbol is used as an operator and the operands as of like 3 and 2. Division. The forward slash is used as the operator in division. If 6 and 3 are the values, we will get the answer as 2.0. Here, to perform division in integers, we will give the answer in integer way. We want to use double forward slash, which will make the program easier. Now let us see about logical operator. Logical operator are used to combine multiple conditions. Here we have 3 types in this: logical or, logical and so on. First I will explain you about logical NOT. If one statement is negative and other statement is positive, this logical NOT is used. If logical OR, if one statement is true and the other statements also true, we will get the answer as logical OR. Logical AND. This is used when the one condition is true and the other condition is also true. We will get this answer as logical AND. Increment and decrement operators. Python don't have that much increment and decrement operators, but it is used, there are some specific increment and decrement operators. X is equal to x plus 1, for example. Comparison operators. Comparison operators is used to compare 2 values in the program. If here equal to and comparing symbol is used. Greater than and small. Greater than is used. If a value is greater than another value, we will use this comparison operator. Equal to is a basic assignment operator. This is used as equal to sign is used as a basic operator in this programming. Assignment operator. This is used to assign a value to a variable. Here assignment operator is of 2 types: basic assignment operators and compound assignment operators. Basic assignment operators. Basic assignment operator is the symbol of equal to, which is maximum, which is used more times in the program. Compound is used, which was very difficult, or in a level of difficult way, combining bitwise and also assignment operators. Bitwise operator. This is used to perform a bitwise operations on integers. Here, bitwise is of three types: bitwise OR, bitwise NOT, and so on. Bitwise OR. If it performs bitwise OR operation on the two integers, bitwise AND operation is used on in two integers, and bitwise NOT is used also in integers. Bitwise is a Boolean value used with integers. The next one is as we draw near to my lecture, let us see to the grace of future how the Python daily Python is opening new gateways for innovation. Let us see this program into shape, which is truly remarkable. The future of Python is in our hands, which will make us easier. Thank you.
வணக்கம். கல் தோன்றி மண் தோன்றா காலத்தே முன் தோன்றிய மூத்த மொழி நம் தமிழ் மொழியாகும். யாமறிந்த மொழிகளிலே தமிழ் மொழி போல் இனிதாவது எங்கும் காணோம் என்றார் பாரதியார். அத்தகைய தமிழுக்கும் வீரம் நிறைந்த தமிழ் மண்ணுக்கும் என் முதற்கண் வணக்கங்கள். என் பெயர் லோ அபிஷேக். நான் 8ஆம் வகுப்பில் படிக்கிறேன். நான் இப்பொழுது தமிழ் இலக்கியங்கள் என்ற தலைப்பில் சொற்பொழிவாற்றப் போகிறேன். தமிழ் இலக்கியங்கள். தமிழ் இலக்கியம் 2000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேலான தொடர்ச்சி கொண்ட உலகின் சிறந்த இலக்கியங்களில் ஒன்று. இலக்கியம் ஓர் மொழியின் படைப்புகளின் தொகுப்பு. எண்ணங்களை சொற்கள் மூலம் வெளிப்படுத்தும் திறன். கற்பவருடைய எண்ணத்தில் எழுச்சியையும் இதயத்தில் மலர்ச்சியையும் உருவாக்கும் ஆற்றல் வாய்ந்தது.